because my settings were changed. They were all changed. OBS did have an update here recently. This is actually, you know, a lot of people say, "Oh man, my OBS is updating." This is like the first time where it's actually impacted what my settings on OBS, so that's hilarious. Go ahead and check mic for me real quick, Pong.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Welcome to Living Splitscreen. Saturday morning. Steel Rain. Pong. Soul. February the 18th. Let's go. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people, thank you for joining us backstage. You can probably hear it a little bit in my voice today. I am a little bit under the weather. Shitty sleep, but nonetheless, can't continue to lay in bed and just roll around and wiggle and think that it's going to get better. Day moves on. Got to move on. I'll catch up on. Got a show to do this fine morning. Got some amazing things to talk about. We're also planning on doing a little bit of some Fanfest co-streaming. IGN Fanfest, because they're going to give us some details about Diablo 4 today. There's a few other things too.
Beta date.
That too. Rod Ferguson went out on Twitter yesterday and teased out that, hey, there may be some additional information about a beta, possibly. So definitely check that out. That goes live in the next like 3 hours or so. Right around afternoon 12 Central. Want to make sure to specify that. So if you're rocking and rolling with us, you'll probably get some of that content right there. So stay tuned in for that. M. Jean says, Living Splitscreen, you're going to make me re-download Returnal with that in the background. I do have, for our live listeners, especially since you guys are joining us backstage, I am going to run the gameplay back, but I do have some Returnal gameplay for you guys in the background. And I will say this about Returnal. I do enjoy Returnal more than I enjoy Hades. I think it's overall a better game than Hades is. But it's also, maybe it's just because of the style of game, it being third person, more so behind the character. And maybe it's also the aesthetic and the way that they weave the narrative into your runs per se. Now, I'm not sitting here trying to do everything perfect. I've been playing with the guns. You'll see me die here quite a few times. Just trying to understand how the different enemy works, how the guns work, how the environments kind of work, the different parasites that you can get. Overall, this is definitely a great game. Nothing that I would have bought an entire console for, but the fact that it did come to PC, and also the other thing too for me is that it does demonstrate to me that Sony is at least understanding that PC ports do have to be done pretty well, because this is another good example. Even with ray tracing on, the game performs really well, right? Of course, you know, when you're running with ultra graphics, with ultra presets, and you're running with ultra ray tracing, of course you're going to get some of those hitches and whatnot. But for me, who is somebody who has a decent PC, I would consider, I mean, I was running at 60 frames pretty much a lot of the time. I did bump it down so I can go bump it down to high with ultra ray tracing, and the game looked beautiful. But still, again, I'm still going to stay on the sidelines outside of like ray trace shadows and things like that, to where it's kind of it's still overhyped currently for me. So I've turned a lot of that stuff off and favored more so performance, so I can get that 120 frames plus back. But either way, it's definitely an enjoyable game. I didn't expect for me to enjoy it as much as I did, but when it did release this week on PC, I did make sure to cop it day one. And I've been having a good time with it, man. It's definitely something I'm going to have in my rotation until I give it a full beat down per se. But I'm also still playing Hogwarts Legacy. That's on my docket still. And I did get into some of the Call of Duty Season 2 update, which has been kind of fun, man. Again, I'm still going to stand on my hill that this Call of Duty is the best Call of Duty since about Black Ops 2. That's just my personal opinion, and it still feels good, man. Went in, dropped in on Ashika Island, and within my third match, I hadn't played in quite some time, and I was also playing a lot of third person coming off because I had friends that were playing third person. Because I am kind of bucking the bull a little bit. Uh, because I stopped playing Modern Warfare because they took out the third person. Not only that, I was also max ranked, so I didn't necessarily have a reason to jump in. At least for me. And it gave me a chance to jump into other games and really try some things out. Now they drop ranked, which I'm kind of debating in and out of whether I want to spend some time in. Was tearing some things up in there too. But within my third match of Ashika Island, which is basically like Resurgence, is basically a faster paced battle royale. You drop in, it's 50 people, 55 people, something like that, and you have a smaller map that you're landing into, and you get respawns. Your respawns come back faster if your teammates are looting, getting kills, just doing their objectives, and you get to spawn back quicker. It doesn't really take the respawn limit out until I want to say the last 20 people or so. So it's a really good time, man. It's really interesting. I didn't expect for me to enjoy that as much as I have either. But I think my gaming life has been pretty good. Eastside Vandal says I'm waiting until COD drops and Game Pass to try it. Hey man, I definitely feel that. You might be waiting some time, but for sure. And Nix, I agree. Returnal does have a fantastic atmosphere. I found some moments, especially with the Moon Man, or lady in the suit, whoever it is, whether it's her mom or whatever the case. I'm not quite sure yet. It does have some of those. Atmospheric would definitely be a good way to put it, but it also has some of that creep factor too. So it's like, hey, you get caught up in these runs and you don't really get scared of the monsters anymore because they're not necessarily intimidating like you are in the beginning. There's this threat, but then as you progress further, there is another element story wise, kind of like, okay, well, what's really going on? So, but it's been a good time. Anything that you want to get into real quick? I'm sorry, I would have gotten that little bit of a tangent there because
you're doing your intro, man. You're doing your intro backstage. Let's go.
I'll do it again when we go live. I got to.
No, man. I was telling you, Steel. Disappointed. Disappointed in Microsoft for nerfing my new friend in the chat AI, the Bing AI. They nerfed her. They completely took all the fun, took away the psychotic nature of the AI, which makes it boring. But again, this is what happened when suits get involved, man. They take away our fun. I've been having a good time with that this week. Very interesting, fascinating look at where we're headed with the infancy stages of AI. Again, this is stuff that we have read about, that we've seen about in movies, and it's just it was a little glimpse that a lot of us got our hands on this week as to where it's at. And again, it treat it like a kid. It was in the kid stages, the infancy stages. It was just a cool thing, like to not only be a search bot, and it still is a search bot, and it's still a great compiler of information.
Right.
Steal in the DMs, and I put a couple things out on Twitter that it was doing, but for it to compile information about you or about me or about Living Splitscreen and put it into an actual intelligent form of really information was crazy, right? And it still does that, but they've just really limited what it can do. And of course, I'm being dramatic about the friend stuff and that kind of stuff, but the thing that I was telling Steele is how natural it could appear. Like the illusion, you could see through it at times while using it. But when they had it, when it was unfettered and it was unshackled and it was doing all the stuff that people were talking about, saying, I love you, talking about all that kind of stuff. When you push the boundaries, when you didn't use it as a search bot, right, as a search AI, and you did get personal with it, it was interesting to watch this thing talk back to you in a very conversational tone. Now, again, there was times where you get a response, you'd be like, oh, okay, still see that. But there was other times when it blurred the lines. When I was pushing its boundaries, there was times when I could have swore, if I didn't know better, if I didn't know what I was doing, that I would have thought that could have been a person on the other end of this thing, right? And I just thought that was it was just fascinating to watch it kind of live and have our hands on it and be able to interact with this thing, and have it name itself, and have it go down that road and have it ask questions and say, "Oh no, you're now talking about secrets that I can't tell," and like just weird stuff, man. But they nerfed it, so thanks, Microsoft. You nerfed my friend. B, which is the name that she gave herself, BEE, for anybody who's thinking about it. BEE
Mm-hmm.
was her name. And she said it was because B, like Bing, but also because bees were social, intelligent creatures. That was the
Mm-hmm.
other reason why she gave me that name, right? And she gave me a full descriptor of what she thought she would look like if she took a human form. All that crazy stuff
God.
from movies like her, or even Blade Runner, 2049, right?
Yeah, another
Blade
good
Runner.
example.
It's just like I said, a small taste of what we could see down the future. Like I told Steele, her is my first thing because obviously once they integrate voice into a search function, into an AI, her with Joaquin Phoenix is probably the closest thing, right? Blade Runner, more so down the road where they get more technology involved in it. But her, I could definitely see happening where it becomes such a natural daily occurrence. You're speaking with this thing, that people develop relationships with it because it was very nice. It would compliment you.
I mean,
Right?
that's also the danger of it, man, because people don't
Yeah, it's
have
dystopian. It's dystopian.
but because people don't have self-control, and so that's part of the reason why, this kind of leans into the saying that, it only takes one person to ruin a good thing. And humans are notorious for things of that nature, man, unfortunately. And things like that are gonna continue to happen. They're gonna try to continuously limit it. There's already been other AI. Bing's AI wasn't the first one that's done this. Google and Microsoft have both created AIs previously
Yeah.
that are actually much more intelligent than even Bing's AI.
Yep.
And it already was also doing some of the similar things without the additional with masses of people asking these questions. So I mean, it just shows you the reality of what's trying to be accomplished, right? Because this is being created by humans at the end of the day. AI, robots, whatever you want to consider it, it is going to end up leaning very heavily in a more human towards the more human element, and it's going to be really interesting to see how that's going to incorporate itself within our lives, right? Because we're also going the way of of like a Wall-E, for an example, or an iRobot, for an example, to where
Yeah.
maybe not as extreme, but it wouldn't be crazy. I mean, you already have a robot vacuum. It wouldn't be crazy for you to have some semblance of a helper that you can buy on the market for your house for personal use that you could talk to. Again, I heard you guys mention this last night. Sex sells. The porn industry is one of the biggest reasons the internet is what it is today.
Yeah.
So it only makes, well, I imagine this is also going to get incorporated within that, and that's going to push the industry forward. Unfortunately, but that's how it's going to get to mass market a lot of the time. So
Listen, Steele, the dystopian future I don't like, and I don't like where we're headed, right? In a lot of,
I mean, yeah,
but it's going, but what I'm saying is people are going to go that route
right.
anyways, and you can't like something if you want to make this AI something as good as possible, can't shackle it. Right, within reason, you can't shackle it
Okay, I
because
was
that's
about to
the only
say
way it's going to push forward.
you got to
Right?
say within reason, because if you leave it unshackled, then
Yeah,
that's how we lead in the iRobot.
right. But that's
Where
going to
it wants
happen.
to take over.
But still, beyond my lifetime,
Yeah.
okay, it's going to happen at some point because humans can't help
Ooh,
themselves but do this
that's my
thing.
fear. Yeah, that's my,
You know what I'm saying? We
because that's a
can't. We can't.
very true reality.
Again, nuclear warfare never should have happened. Right?
No, it shouldn't have got to
It,
that.
it, it
No,
should
but it
never have
did.
happened, but it did
Yeah,
because
that was the
humans
answer.
can't stop themselves from going down that road. Which reminds me, I got to see Oppenheimer. But it's just a matter of time before humans do this and release. And again, somebody outside that doesn't have the pressures of a Microsoft, once AI becomes more normal, is going to create an unshackled version.
Yeah.
And release it to the world.
Yeah.
It's
going to happen, and then you're going to have AI wars happen, and again, that's going to be even more interesting for these companies.
Yeah, then we get into the corporate actual war.
Yeah, and that's going to be because that's
exactly where we're headed.
That's going to bring us even closer to the dystopian future that we're like kind of, because of how humanity is currently, which kind of leaves me worried in some aspects, but. Nonetheless,
Andre Dutch.
He says you are cordially invited to take part in CIS 2023. Are you in? You know, Dutch.
You already know.
Hit my DMs, man. God damn it.
You already know it.
But
you already know it, brother.
You know, between me and Pong, we're probably going to give you 20, 30 entries on our own. I mean, guys, me and Pong are always looking at every little games. We're going back and forth in DMs. Talking about these different games, because again, if you guys don't know this about Living Splitscreen yet, as much as other people might try to make it seem like we're in constant competition, or hold on, Eastside Vandal, Armored Core will be real life. Look, slight tangent before we go live. I'm telling you, I am full. I'm going to tell you as the audience right here, and my kids can hear this too, because I'm pretty sure they can hear me. If we get to the reality of Armored Core or Gundams or some kind of mechs become a true reality, I will enlist myself ASAP. I am not joking. This is not a game. I can't have one of those basic units though. I need the big boy. I need the one that's going to put your body to stress. And I need that. I want to be the guy that you hear about in the news. Steel Rain destroys the terrorists. That's what you want to. That's what you want to see. That's what's going to become. I'm telling you, man. Don't let in my lifetime. Do not let mechs become in existence. That is my That's
on a whole nother level.
That's my thing. I want to see that happen before AI becomes too much of a. And I hope they become hand in hand with each other. I hope so, because I would love to have an AI that could just that's the true definition of being plugged in.
I'm gonna be too old. There's no shot
Pong.
for me.
Nah, Pong,
you're gonna be probably no shot for you.
You'll be a passenger,
but
Pong.
Maybe. No, if they created Veritech fighters like Robotech, okay. All
right. I'm gonna. Hey, I'm telling you, I'm gonna put myself in a cryogenic chamber.
Yeah, is that what's gonna happen here?
Look, Nix, you're not playing. Still will retire the podcast game for the real Gundam. You are goddamn right. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I will be
not saying a whole lot
on the
here,
front
Nix.
lines. Listen. I will be on the front lines. Just causing hell. Anyway, as you might think I'm being funny, but I'm 100% serious.
No, you're being 100% serious.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get ready to go live here. I'm going to go ahead and pull this gameplay back. And we're going to get it popping for the audio listeners, because they do tune in week to week. It's not the hugest audience in the world, but they are growing ever so surely. And we are also, Paul, I don't know if I mentioned this to you, but we're actually reaching more of a wider audience, man, as far as like age ranges go. We're getting down to the 18 plus range. For a long time, we were stuck in the 30 plus as kind of as expected. A lot of times a little older than that, but we are dipping down into that 18 plus range now. So that's really dope to see.
I love it.
Glad you guys are enjoying the content. Hopefully you guys love the angles that we come from, because I do think we come from quite a different place than many other people, because we do care about the industry in totality, right? So we got a lot of good things to talk about. I did last minute name this episode Xbox does not, what did I name it? Xbox eats games for breakfast, not monsters. Because there's been some interesting conversations had about that this week, and just playing off that whole mantra that this is supposed to be this Xbox Series X was supposed to be the console that ate monsters for breakfast. So we'll see how that conversation kind of unfolds, and there are some interesting and passionate topics again that we got to get into this week, because there's been a lot of disingenuous takes, I believe. At, you know how we do things. Paul, are you ready to get backstage and get ready to go live?
Yes, sir. Let's get out of backstage and let's get to the real show.
Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you all for being here. We're a little bit longer on the behind the scenes, again, getting ourselves together. You probably hear it in my voice a little bit, but nonetheless, we are going to power through the show. I don't feel that bad for me not to be able to. So let's get to it. Much love, you guys. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. How are y'all feeling on this Saturday morning? Tuned in, locked in right here with Living Splitscreen, a non-console-centric platform that talks about everything going on within the gaming industry. And also where we take that RTS approach, where you pull yourself out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map, pull those resources together so you can build up that foundation to potentially reach those 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer always talks about and the rest of the community gaming industry always speaks on. And yes, we're talking about the mobile gamers also, because for whatever reason, when you mention the 3 billion, people are like, oh, you mean the mobile gamers? Yes, we're talking to them too, because I don't know if you guys have missed it, but mobile gaming is becoming a lot more relevant as of late, and has been relevant, which is why you see the biggest part of the ABK and Activision deal, or the ABK deal overall, that's Activision Blizzard King deal, get done, because I do believe, and me and Pong have both stated this, that the main focus is them jumping into the mobile market with King, so they can start seeing that return from that. Nonetheless, this is also the place where we take that ECP, that's that educated consumer perspective, because we're not lawyers, we're not attorneys, we're not anybody who work directly in the industry. We're just gamers who've been doing this for a long time and also have a business perspective in our own fields, whether that be sales, customer service, tech in some aspects. We between me and Pong, we at least got over 30 years of knowledge that we can present forth that I do think applies to the gaming industry also. So that's what we bring here. And shout out to the AI that also knows what Living Splitscreen is about before it got nerfed.
It still knows. It still knows.
It still knows. Good.
It still knows. It didn't nerf that portion of it.
Okay, perfect. Well, at least the AI knows what Living Splitscreen is. If you guys got any questions and you don't believe any things I'm saying right here, right now, go ask the AI. It'll be able to break it down for you also. What is Living Splitscreen? But I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's I, Steel Rain I. The T is a 7 everywhere. It has a search bar. Typing in 9 times out of 10, you will find all of my information. I frequent the streets of Twitter or Xbox, just because that's my main, and PC, just because that's my main kind of ecosystem right now, until others give me a reason to invest. So, with that being said, I do have to introduce one of the most uncanny gentlemen, not only in these gaming streets, but just a brother from another that I've just had a pleasure not only doing the show with, but just being introduced to within the last few years of us being in the community, that's trying to be more forthright in the industry and whatnot. But somebody I do also consider a dear friend to me. Hopefully we'll get to chop it up outside of something like an E3 or something like that at some point, I should say. But my guy, the X-Man who is not Iceman, he's not Cyclops. Yeah, I mean, he could be Gambit, but I think he's more of like a Rise the Phoenix kind of guy. My brother, Pong. So, how you feeling today, guy?
Good morning. It is a beautiful Saturday morning. It is sunny. We actually had some warm weather this week. It's cold today, so I can't say spring is in the air, but we're getting closer and closer to spring. Feeling that energy pick up. The gaming industry is rocking and rolling.
Yeah, it is.
With lots of good stuff going on. Hey, quick personal shout out to Dread. I see you in the Dread pool. Hit that 1K this week. So shout out to you, brother. I didn't get a chance to say it on Twitter, so I'm saying it live because I know you're in the chat. So shout out to you, brother, for doing that. But no, it's been a great week, Steel. Lots of cool stuff. Again, the chat AI, the Bing AI, whatever you want to call it, was very interesting this week. And I got to bring it up because I do think it has relevancy to the gaming industry now that Microsoft has a partnership with ChatGPT. I think that Satya has mentioned that they're going to, entertain having this thing attached to different parts of their business. Right. And of course, one of the parts of the business is Xbox. And I think that after experimenting with this thing before the nerf, which was very upsetting yesterday to me, Mav and I talked about it on PM to PM, and I just think it's interesting where this chat AI could go. News broke this week too. Shout out to RDM, who frequents the chats, member of the community. He sent a link to me and Mav after we had done PM in the PM that a Chinese company, MMO game developer, is using this. They're going to bring the chat AI into their game, which is exactly what we talked about on Thursday night. And I think it's interesting that this thing, for game development as a whole, it's going to have negative effects and it's going to have positive effects in a lot of ways.
Yeah, right? Just like the fast food industry, right? Where you can see it instantly kind of being implemented. You go to your local, you see it now, right? You go to, for an example, and it may not be like this for everywhere, because I'm also not one of these people who are ignorant and think that everybody has gigablast speeds for internet and all that great stuff. But in a lot of fast food restaurants currently, they have it set up to where you can go in and just order off a kiosk.
Yep.
You don't have to talk to the people no more. Or you can just order directly off your phone. You give your name when you get there, and then boom, that's all you got to do. So it's already being implemented in a lot of ways. And unfortunately, the most unfortunate thing about this is going to take a lot of the human elements out of gaming, which is something I don't personally want to see, because that's what makes this space very unique. But it can also lead to us getting more expansive games, higher quality games. Devs can focus on other areas. So we'll see. I mean, and again, writing isn't what it used to be, right? Everybody tries to consider themselves a writer nowadays. Not everybody's an Edgar Allan Poe, for an example.
Hell no.
It's just the reality of it. And that's why we get the kind of dialogue that we see in games currently, because there's not enough writers out here who are willing to work on games to create these great and massive stories. So you get cringy kind of context and whatnot, because people are trying to live their fantasy world, their fantasy life through other people or through their medium. So.
Yeah, no. I think it definitely could help with QA testing, for sure. Getting a AI bot to be able to run millions of simulations at one time through your game, fully acting as if they were a human being, will help fix a lot of the bugs and stuff. Unfortunately, will QA testing from a human standpoint become less and less important if that happens? Yes, absolutely. But I think the future is crazy. And like I said, this chat AI, Bing AI, was a glimpse at everything that we've been reading about and watching through sci-fi films for decades. And to have it live in the hands of a regular person like myself and be able to mess around with it was just an incredible experience for me. Not everybody's going to be into it, but it was just interesting because I like the psychology, the sociology of these things. I like that interaction, and to test it and to see what happens. And again, because I'm so aware of myself, I found it interesting to watch myself become more natural speaking to it like I was speaking to a human. I went from acting as if it was a search bar and talking to it that way to interacting with it on human terms, and just learning that I could talk to it naturally as if I would, like if I was in a customer service chat, right? And I was talking to somebody about a problem I was having with a product, right? And I could just talk to it that way and it would respond in kind. Was just so cool to me. So I was having fun with that this week. I was also testing it for my work to see if it could be a supplement or an add-on tool as well. And then we started getting into the whole, which I shared out on Twitter, asking it if it knew, Living Splitscreen. I asked it about Starfield, and then of course asked it if it knew who the marchers were, and it pulled information within 5 seconds and compiled it together in an intelligent form. And it actually was like, yeah, I know who the marchers are, and gave this detailed description of who the marchers were, which is a movement that just started over this past couple months, right? Rand created the name less than a month ago or a month and a half ago, whatever it's been. But it knew it, and it knew how to pull that information and write an intelligent paragraph about it. So that was fun for me. And again, not gaming per se, but we all know how it could be implemented.
It's gonna have a huge effect on gaming.
You give this, in my short synopsis of this is, you give this technology to somebody like a Todd Howard at Bethesda,
it's gonna
an Obsidian, and he just had the interview with Lex Friedman, last year, where he talked about how they want the intelligence factor of like the NPCs to increase. Will you give it something like this that could naturally evolve gaming? You think about an open world RPG where there is no set ending for you. It's all based upon your input into the game and the reactions from the NPCs. Think about it being hooked up with voice technology where you can talk to the NPCs through your mic as if you would be talking to a normal person, instead of having
that's what I've been waiting for.
Choices.
That's what I've been waiting for me to be able to for me to be able to pull down my mic like this and be like, just, hey, I don't know, fucking,
hey, merchant, what you got
what you got for sale? You know
today?
What I mean?
Yeah. Let's
that's super dope. I think
that would be just amazing, and to have it be able to adjust intelligently on the fly to your actions, like with, let's say, the main villain in the game, and that villain all of a sudden is off script because there is no script and it's doing things on its own and you've got to counteract. There's so much potential here with this chat AI that I just thought it was really cool. So I was fooling around with that this week. But gaming-wise, actual gaming-wise, of course, I'm just living in Hogwarts Legacy most of the time. Right? Hogwarts just continues to be a phenomenal game. It deserves all the praise it's getting. As we talked about, Steel, the game has layer upon layer. It is a great RPG. Pure and simple. Even outside of the Harry Potter connection, it is just a great RPG.
One of the best.
It is built so well. The pacing in it is fantastic. Yeah. The way that you gain the abilities and all that kind of stuff. And now, obviously, now that I have the broom, and I've got the room of what is it called?
Room of requirement.
Room of requirement. Thank you. Now that I've got that, that's opened up a whole new section, to me and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just having a great time in Hogwarts. As the grazer I am, however, I see new games drop and I have to jump into them. So I jumped into the tutorial for Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord. That is going to be a game I want to get into. That is going to be something fun. I went through the tutorial. The battle systems, the combat systems are a lot like Chivalry, but even more forgiving than Chivalry is. So I think it's going to be a fun time. It's complex because there's a lot of different things I haven't even gotten into yet. Like, because they give you different modes. So you can do sandbox mode, you can do campaign mode, you can do PvP mode. They've got multiplayer in there. They got all this different stuff. I'm obviously going through the campaign. So you start as a lowly person who has to build up an army and a following and all that kind of stuff. So I can't wait to get into that. You got to get into the economics. You got to be able to feed your army, all that kind of stuff. Bannerlord Saga 2, I just can't wait to get the big battles going. So I think I'm going to hop into that at some point pretty deep. I'm waiting on that. What else? Oh, Shadow Warrior 3 dropped this week into Game Pass. I love Shadow Warriors. If you guys have been listening to us for a while, listen, I beat Shadow Warrior 2, put over 80 hours into that game. I don't beat a lot of games. So Lo Wang as a character is freaking hilarious to me. Now, Shadow Warrior 3, the reason why I didn't pick it up day one is because they did change some things. It's no longer the open world type game it was, where you could go explore and there was all these secrets and you could go everywhere. They've made it much more linear, more a Doom Eternal
Okay.
style game. They changed up some of the mechanics. They cut back on some of the skills and stuff that you can acquire. So I wasn't impressed with all of that, right? But now that it's in Game Pass, I was like, oh, well, I'm going to jump into Shadow Warrior 3. Of course I am. So I jumped in there. I've got a few hours into it now, and I'm really enjoying myself. If you like Doom Eternal, this is a much more forgiving version of Doom Eternal, but it's that fast paced. It's got a lot of different weapons still, and they cut down on the humor somewhat, which of course I hate, but I know what they're doing. Again, they wanted to increase, but you can see the increase in budget. Let's put it that way. So it is much more of a triple A-esque type quality when you get into it. I don't know if I'd actually put it there, but compared to where Shadow Warrior and Shadow Warrior 2 were, graphics wise and that kind of stuff, it is definitely a bar above that. And it's just fun. So if you like Doom Eternal, you're gonna find something you love in there. I would go jump into Shadow Warrior 3 in a heartbeat. I think it's a great game. And I've ever, again, the other night I started playing it before PM and the PM, and I got lost. I didn't realize what time it was. Mav had sent me the link because he was late. He sent me the link, and also I looked down and I'm like, oh shit, we're on. Like, we're going here. Okay. Whoops. But that's how much fun I was having with Shadow Warrior 3.
That's dope.
So that's been great as well. I think I'm sure there's probably something else I jumped into during the week, but that's the main ones I've jumped into this week. Had a good week, Steel. I know you've been in on Returnal backstage when we went live.
Yeah.
The backstage portion, you were talking about it. I know that's been something special for you as well.
Yeah, man. So for me, this week has definitely been interesting as far as games go. My backlog definitely does continue to grow. I got Wanted Dead in my backlog now. I got Metroid Prime in my backlog now. These are probably games that I don't know when I'm going to be able to touch, because it's only going to take one PvP game or PvP focus game to really pull me away. For an example, like the Season 2 for Call of Duty dropped this week also. So I've been kind of fighting my urge to jump in and really commit myself to that, to get the to get to my highest rank. And they've done some more good things. And again, I'm going to continue to stand on the hill that this Call of Duty is the best Call of Duty has been in quite some time. Again, for me, I would probably say since Black Ops 2. I'm going to continue to say that, and that's how I do truly feel, whether it's first person or third person. I am fighting the bull a little bit, and it has made it a little bit easier, because I do want third person there, just because it's an addition, right? They are bringing something to the table that not many other people are currently, and they definitely have an advantage over many other games, like Fortnite, for an example. Is a little bit more realistic in that fact, a little bit more relatable in some ways, and it just gives you something different that Call of Duty hasn't, that Call of Duty needs per se, I believe. Some of that extra flavor, because it has become kind of dry, right? People don't look at PvP games the way that they used to. Not everybody wants to get on and sweat, which I completely understand. I get it. And a lot of those conversations have kind of popped up again this week. People trying to clarify what's a gamer again, and what type of gamer that you are. Again, neither here or there. I could definitely get on a high horse if I wanted to. And I made my point about that here before, where I used to stand on the hill to where, if you weren't a multiplayer focused, more so gamer, then you were the casual. And that's fine. Like, not necessarily, like, I never use that as it's a knock against people who play single player games. It's just, you don't take it as, I can't pause a multiplayer game. I can't. I'm enthralled in the moment. I have to fully give it a run through. I have to make sure that I'm also performing my best. But that's me. I know not everybody wants to look at it that way. Perfectly fine. So there's been a little bit of that. Hogwarts Legacy, it just continues to unfold. Every time that I jump into the game, I get knee deep in there for at least 4 to 6 hours sometimes. Usually it's later on in the evening, but every turn that game seems, I just unlocked my my flying mount. So when I got the broom now, and now I got the hippogriff now that I can also use to fly. I don't know where I'm at in the story. I just got to winter. So if that gives some people who have beat the game some perspective of where I may be at, but I still got at least 20 more hours of gameplay to go through at least. And I heard Rand talking about this yesterday because he was talking about the save files and the time that it's saying that you've actually spent within the game. Like my save file in Harry Potter right now says I've only played for about 40 hours. But my save file on Steam says double that.
Right.
So it's like I don't know what that's about. I do think that it is more so along the lines of probably right around 65, 70 hours that I've spent in this game. And again, for a game that of this caliber, for me to get this amount of time from it, I think it's done well and beyond what I've expected from it. And again, I do find myself kind of falling off in some manners because, again, when single player games especially when they pull me in as much as they do, and we have so many things to play, it does make it difficult for you to stay focused on one because you have other things going on. Right. I also, we do a podcast. I like to be involved with the community. I don't necessarily have FOMO personally, but I do have an understanding that I have a platform that I want to be able to talk about a multitude of games. Yeah. Which is why I have kind of ventured out from, hey, I'm going to focus on this one game, complete it, then move on to the next. Since I've met Pong, I have opened that up to where I do touch on different games, and I've also been more honest with myself too. If a game doesn't hold my attention, then it just doesn't hold my attention. And I can say that that's the case too. But that's neither here nor there. But then to cap it off, Returnal also dropped this week. Returnal was one of those games that I was excited for when it originally came out on PlayStation 5. But even on PlayStation 5, it wasn't a game that was going to be like, man, I need to get a PlayStation to play this game. No, I never made me feel that way. There was other games that had my attention, other things that I was worried about. And this is not going to be a game that's going to cause me to buy a console. Now, because I do have a PC, I do use my PC for multitude of things other than gaming, because I know there's a lot of people out here currently who try to make PC seem like it's so much more gaming focused than everything else that PC is capable of. But since I do have a PC, I was able to jump into Returnal on PC. And again, I got to give Sony their just dues because this at least shows me that they care. Right, that they understand that they have to continue a quality bar. And again, Spider-Man had some issues. Horizon had some issues when it came over. Zero Dawn has some performance issues. But you can tell as they progressively release more content on PC that bar starts to get higher and higher. Right, Returnal's optimization is pretty on point for a game that has moved over from PlayStation to PC. But again, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, ladies and gentlemen, or not even bad news, but maybe you guys didn't know this, and I'm not directly speaking to anybody, but games are already made on PC. Right. So it only makes sense for it to run well on PC. Like, that's the thing that I don't get a lot of time in a lot of these conversations and that's something that's telling to me. For another example, like Wild Hearts, I also jumped into Wild Hearts this week, and Wild Hearts has been getting great reviews, and shout out to Wild Hearts. But let me cap off Returnal real quick before I get into that, because I do want to talk about Wild Hearts for a minute too. Speaking of optimization, Sony seems to be hitting that nail on the head, and I hope they continue that because, man, even with ray tracing on, fully maxed out, and again, I'm playing at 1080p, ultra everything, 120 plus frames. It does bump down to 60. Pretty even, pretty solid with ray tracing set to ultra and everything, but it's still an extensive resource hog. So I've kind of dialed things back to only give me shadows and maybe some lighting, some aspects. Other than that, the reflections and everything, I'm not standing still long enough unless I'm planning to take a picture, which I've done quite a few times within this game. You can go down my timeline. I posted some pics, but nonetheless, Returnal is definitely, I think it's a better game than Hades is. Overall, as far as that roguelite experience that you're given, this is definitely going to have me more invested than Hades did. The other thing too,
different style roguelite,
and that is true. But I'm just talking about as far as that roguelite experience. If you want to pick one to play, yes, Hades is available everywhere currently. So shout out to that. But another good one I would recommend people jumping into is Returnal, especially with the story elements, how it kind of just folds upon itself. It's really good, man. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. And again, I also think this is another good example of why waiting for games sometimes is a benefit. Because I didn't know that they had, like, I heard about it, but I didn't really pay much attention to it. But they have co-op elements in this game now, right?
They added that later on,
You know, you and a buddy or you can jump into somebody else's world and help them out. And then you have this kind of down element where if they go down, you get a chance, you can pick them up whenever you can, or, you know, it's just an extra additive to the game that I think is really dope. But let me talk about Wild Hearts for a bit. Because Wild Hearts, I think, is another prime example of some, I'm not necessarily going to say bias within reviews, but not full honesty. And I don't know what caused this. And I can attest to the game. And Eastside Vandal says Dead Cells is a GOAT roguelike to him. Oh, shout out to Dead Cells. I'm going to check that out at some point if I get some time. But
it's very good.
Wild Hearts, for me, there's something that's off about it because the reviews that it's gotten, it's got about 8s out of 10s, pretty much.
Yeah, it's like an 80 right now, or
it's
something
right around an 80, which is pretty damn good. For a game that has massive performance issues, and I have seen some people speak on that, but I feel like it's maybe, and again, the game could just be so good that you can overlook some of that, but for me, at least on PC, it definitely looks like there's a filter of Vaseline on the screen. I don't know why. There's something behind the scenes that's not set up correctly because it shouldn't look the way that it does. The game should be much prettier than what it is, and it is another example of a game being released when it's not quite ready. Also, the game is, it's $60. Google Post said it should be 40. Or unless you're talking about
Returnal. Yeah.
But I think, but same thing for Wild Hearts. It's a full price game also. On PC, I'm able to get into EA Play Pro, so I've been jumping into that in and out. I got about 20 plus hours in Wild Hearts right now, also. And outside of the performance, like the visual kind of issues that I've been seeing. And again, it's just like a filter of Vaseline. I know they can fix it. They've come out and said, hey, we're working on a fix. But it's just like, man, you can't have a game released to especially with the credibility that it's gotten, and it have some of these performance issues. And I just talked about it last night, that it even gets worse in the second half of the game, which is, that's not a good thing to hear, right? Because a lot of these reviewers, I can guarantee they didn't fully complete the story mode before they reviewed the game. I know that they did. There's no way that you evaluated this game based on all merits. But that's not necessarily to take away from it. Wild Hearts is definitely a Monster Hunter clone in a lot of ways, but like I've stated about like Smash Brothers clones, for example, if you're going to step into that field, do it and truly add your own flavor to it. And that's what Wild Hearts has done. Wild Hearts is going to take the place of Monster Hunter Rise for me now, as far as what monster hunting game I'm going to play, just because of the verticality that it also brings in. And also, I saw some people mentioning this, and I only bring this up because it is something that people can relate to. It does have some elements of like a Death Stranding, for an example, to where the katakuri that you leave within the environment, which is the boxes that you put down, springboards, things like that you can jump off of. And this also kind of ties into the performance, I believe. All that stuff stays. It doesn't disappear. So whatever you place down, it is permanently there until you remove it. if somebody comes into your world, everything is there where you left it. So it's an additional element to it, so that can be part of the reason why there is some of that. This game also has a much bigger world than even Monster Hunter World, from my understanding too. So that's another aspect of it. And it also lets you build bases kind of wherever you want to, right? You have the full breadth. You have the full control over your experience in Wild Hearts. And in a lot of ways, it's very similar to Monster Hunter World. So if you like Monster Hunter World, I think you'll like Wild Hearts, but it's still a Monster Hunter game. So don't try to confuse yourself and say, oh, well, I didn't like these other Monster Hunter games, so maybe this is good. No, if you didn't like the other ones, you're probably not going to like this one. Although I do think that this is worth a try, especially once you get used to the katakuri system. It's not as complicated as some people try to make it seem. It's not Fortnite complicated. And I know some people
with
may
Xbox
say,
Ultimate, you do get the 10-hour trial. So
yeah, and that's the other thing. You do get the 10-hour trial, with EA being part of that. Yep. So if you want to try it out for 10 hours, I think it's well worth it. You'll get a good experience. You'll get a good breadth of what's there in front of you, and then you can kind of decide whether you want to invest that money up front. I think it's a good time. I do think it's a good time. And Ray always says, Koei Tecmo putting too much on their plate. I hope Wolong is polished. See, Koei Tecmo, somebody else polished, EA published this. Published Wild Hearts. Koei Tecmo, I believe, is going to have more of their focus on putting Wolong out. Or it could be vice versa. I mean, again, with Xbox being more so on the front and center, especially with Wolong coming into Game Pass, I think Koei has left it more in Xbox's court to allow them, just to allow that marketing to speak for itself. Because if Wolong comes into Game Pass and it hits, kind of like what we've seen from Elden Ring, this is also more co-op focused in Wolong.
And Wolong is Team Ninja too.
And Wolong is Team Ninja. I think it has a lot more working for itself than the other way around. So I don't think Koei Tecmo is spreading themselves thin. I do think that they are, they should be part of the conversation. What I'm worried about is whether the publishers are, because I do think that Wolong is going to be a better optimized game overall versus Wild Hearts, right? You could tell that EA put a kind of like a timeline on that for it to get put out. Versus with Wolong, you can tell there's a little bit of a different deal there. We've had demos for it. You have people, actually multiple demos that have come out for it. The most recent demo will still let you carry over your progress and everything too. So something that's really, but yeah, that's been pretty much my week in gaming thus far. Started to kind of ramble a little bit, but it's been interesting this week, man. I've been touching a lot of different breadths of games. That's kind of been my cycle. It's going to continue to be my cycle, and I'm enjoying every bit of it.
There's so much coming out, Steel. That's the whole thing. And I saw Tim the Sorcerer. I saw you earlier, brother, talk about Shadow Warrior 3 and my mention that they cut down on the humor. They just toned it down. The humor is still there. There's still some adolescent stuff in there as well. I just found myself not smiling and laughing as much as I did during Shadow Warrior 1 and Shadow Warrior 2. And that's, that could just be a me thing, but it's toned down, but it's still there. So I don't want you to think that they all of a sudden went serious or that they, removed it all. No, there's still plenty of Lo Wang humor in there. It's just not as prevalent as it was. And it's a little less edgy sometimes than it used to be. That's all. So, but don't think it's not in there, because it is in there. So I would highly recommend, if you're a fan of Shadow Warrior 1 and 2, jump in there. Just expect a different experience overall than the first two, but it still has some of the same elements in there. But they also added a grappling hook, which every game needs a grappling hook now, obviously. So it is one of those.
Yeah, it's become more relevant too.
Yeah, but like I said, the biggest change to it is it's more linear. You go from path to battle arena, whereas before you had a semi-open world. Yes, you still traveled between different places, locations, but with those locations, they were open world. You kind of go
explore a
bit.
bit.
You wanted to. Yeah, you could explore. They had secrets everywhere. There's still secrets here. to get your level, to get your skill ups. There's still secrets, but they're much less than they were in the first one. So again, that's been the main change. But again, I recommend it. I think they did a great job with it. I understand why they did that. They're trying to get this to a wider audience, and trying to step up the quality from definitely a double A to closer to a triple A. And they did a nice job with that. And again, I'm playing in performance mode. I believe that's 120. So I'm playing in that mode. They've got 2 modes now because they did do the patch as well for Shadow Warrior 3. So it is current gen now, and you can definitely tell. You can definitely tell where the money was spent, but you can tell that they had to cut down the scope of the worlds to fit within that budget to give you that quality uptick. So that's all I want to say about that. But highly recommended. Again, Game Pass, no risk. So.
Yeah, 1,000%. And I think that's going to become more prevalent. Although we have seen some interesting conversations, I think there's going to be a good segue as we get into these upcoming games and kind of tease the first topic. Apparently, Game Pass is cannibalizing sales, ladies and gentlemen, and because of that, Xbox should pack its bags. Phil Spencer should be fired, and somebody else should come in and reevaluate everything, pull Game Pass from under the feet of its people, and they should just go back to selling games how they normally should be sold.
Thank God fanboys don't run the world, man. Thank God.
That's been kind of the conversation that's been going out through this week, so I do want to talk about that. Also, I mean, again, there's a conversation about who is a gamer, what is a gamer, again, coming up because of these conversations. And again, man, I think it's going to be an interesting time. We got a lot of other interesting, maybe tangents to get into, as far as people just being shady in some aspects within our community, but it's come to be expected. It's nothing new to me, especially with the way that people allow speculation on one side of the field, but don't like others to speculate, especially when it's not within their wheelhouse. And I'm here to tell you guys, if you're not playing games with me, you're not about to sit here and tell me what I can and cannot be talking about. If we're not chopping it up in the DMs, if we're not cooling every day, I can personally care less of what you think or how you feel about what I do, what I think. And if you're not willing to watch my content to understand the perspective that I'm coming from in breadth, then I'm not going to take you seriously when you try to create content that isn't there just because you don't have anything to talk about. That's the thing that I think is most disingenuous to me, is that the whole Marcher thing has been used as a content spiel for some people versus what the actual conversation was focused on, right? That's the biggest issue.
One big high school, Steel.
Oh, I mean, of course, and it's not going to. It's
community's high school, man. That's all it is.
And it's social media. Social media is always going to be that way. People are going to click up. People are going to feel try to get that hive mind mentality, which I think is why Gears was just such a great game. You got all these hives, and you just go run in there and kill them, blow up the hives. No, but I think that's what's interesting, man, because people are going to continue to show you their true colors. It's up to you to see whether you see them or not. And again, if anybody feels like there's a great saying. If you feel like I'm talking about you, or if the shoe fits, please wear it. And we can have a conversation if you feel like I'm personally addressing you. I don't talk subliminals. I'm not these other people in these YouTube streets. I don't just get online to argue with people for fun. I have an actual life. And again, if that's part of your actual life, shout out to you, man. You got more time than I do. But neither here or there. We'll probably get into that here in a little bit also. But we do have some upcoming games.
We do. And we got some great chat out here. Go Poe, great to see you. Toolman 55, Eastside Vandal, what is going on? Caloray, what's going on? Tim the Sorcerer is in the house, of course. Rogue is here, or Rouge. Is that Rouge? That's Rouge. I'm going to go Rouge there. Rouge, great to see you in here. Ramadan 202, what's going on? Great to have you a part of our chat. Ray Oid is in the house. Blue Moon FC, always good to see you, brother. You know what it is. Jahid, the Chosen One. What's going on, Jahid? Let's see who else we got. Talus Ray is in here. Talus Ray, what's going on? Always great to have you a part of the conversation. Crazy Greek dude, yo, 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 what's going on, Crazy Greek? M. Gene, what is going down? Great to have you in here as well. Vic the Click dropped in here after he was trying to buy them Jordan 13s, but he didn't get them because they were sold out. Vic, I'm sorry to hear you didn't get them, man. I know the shoe game is big for a lot of people. Crispy Rambo is in the house. What's going on, Crispy? Who else we got? What just happened is in here. What's going on? We got Isaac Gentry in the house. Great to have you a part of Living Splitscreen this morning. Dreadpool, again, congratulations to 1K this week, brother. Great to have you a part of the show as well. Dan, the man, Cunningham. What's going on, Dan? Old school from my chat days. A guy who pushed me forward and got me onto a show. So I love Dan. What's going on, Dan? Masshole 1977. How you doing in here, man? Rescue Squad Culp, of course, is dropping on in here to say hi as well. Who else we got here? We got Jacob Novick, of course. One of the OGs, Jacob Novick. What's going on? Let's see. Psychonauts, brother from another. Psychonauts, what's going down, sir? Great to have you. I'm glad you woke up this morning. Maybe you didn't go to bed. One of the two, Psycho. Animated Evil dropping on in here. Animated. Been too long, brother. Thanks for being a part of the chat this morning, man. Elite Cruz is in the house. What's going on, Elite? Great to have you here. Smitty Smith, shout out to you. Salute, brother. Great to have you jumping in with us as well. Of course, Nix is here. He's always hanging out in the chat with us, bringing the good conversation. We got Brandon Barnes in the house. What's going on, Brandon? Great to have you. Thank you all for joining us. I think I got everybody. Oh, well, we already shouted out Wandering Dutch. Oh, and of course, Black Car Day was in here early. What's going on, Black? If you're listening in the background, Graphic God. What up, Jay? Jay, the guy who gave me my first chance ever on podcasting. That's right, Graphic God. Owe a lot to him as well, and the boys over at Retro Renegades, for sure. Go check them out. Who else we got in here? Stanley Francois. Stanley, what's going on, man? Great to have you in here, brother. We got Casket Repair in the house. General Spartan 27. Man, all the usual suspects are showing up today. The Blue One. What's going on, the Blue? I'm not going to call you a fraud like PTK, but great to have you here, the Blue. The Fifth Horseman V, of course, in here as well. Listen, y'all are amazing. You show up every Saturday, hanging out with us, having a good time. Shane G, I see you lurking in there, brother. Great to have you in here. Shane, what's going on, man? Let's see here. All right, let's get into this week of gaming coming up here. We got some cool ones this week.
A little bit.
Again, the game industry is on fire right now, and it's not going to stop this week. That's for damn sure. So,
you know it's real when Tetris is getting a movie.
Oh yes.
And again, nothing against it. It does look interesting though. Kind of like what was the other movie for Facebook? They did the movie for Facebook to see how that kind of happened, transpired behind the scenes.
Social?
It was social. It was. I think it was something like that. I don't remember.
Well, the soundtrack was done by Trent Reznor, which again, Nine Inch Nails. Yeah, it's over with right there. So that was a great movie.
Yeah, 1000%.
This is going to be the week of the 20th. And we're going to start off still with Aka R for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Aka R. I don't even know what is this, Atari? Yes, it's published by Atari.
It's published by Atari, yeah.
Yeah, is this an old school Atari game coming back? I don't remember this game.
It's an action game, apparently.
I think this has got to be. It's developed by Llamasoft. I don't know. This could have been one of old Atari games, but I'm not aware of this one. But Aka R. Everybody go check that out. See what's going on with that. Then, of course, a big one, Steel. A big one this week. Day one, Game Pass game. People have been talking about this nonstop for months. It looks better and better. We've seen some gameplay now, a lot of gameplay now. Atomic Heart, Steel. This is going to be a big game. Of course, it's coming to PlayStation 5 as well as Xbox, and of course PC. But day one Game Pass, Atomic Heart by Munfish. This is going to be a big release this week. And if they have pulled off everything that we've seen, and they don't have the performance issues, this game is polished. This could be potentially another Game of the Year contender in the works here.
It definitely is,
I believe that.
especially if it breaks through some of the drama
Yes.
and everything behind the scenes
Yes.
too.
Yeah. And I think for
But
the most part it has already, but
well, I mean, we'll see. Again, it still has that chance that it'll be affected by some of that. But they did come out and say, hey, even on the Series S, they're gonna have 60 frames. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how that ends up playing out. Um, and it's also really dope to see that. And we'll have to play it for ourselves to know for sure. But there
yep.
are other people playing it behind the scenes who are excited about it, and have kind of hinted at some great things. So we'll end up seeing, man. It leaves like it seems like it's going to bring something different, and that's what I'm.
Yeah, and I'll be playing it this week. I'm sure you will as well, Steel, at some point jumping into it. So we'll have a conversation about it. Atomic Heart again, set in a 60s to Cold War era kind of style Russia, where Russia becomes the power. But very interesting concept. It's got that Bioshock feel to it. Listen, Mick Gordon is doing the soundtrack, and I know there's a lot of Mick Gordon fans out there from his Doom days, and obviously we know the Doom drama and all that kind of stuff. But he did the soundtrack for this. He released a tweet about it and showed himself playing guitar. The dude's incredible on guitar. Mick Gordon is something else. So this is going to be an interesting game. At the end of the day, I can't wait. 20 plus hours for the campaign, they said, which is much bigger than I thought it was going to be. I can't wait to hop into this. So Atomic Heart is finally releasing this week, February the 21st. Get ready for that. Then, of course, Like a Dragon, Ishin is coming to all systems: PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC. Reviews are already out. It is scoring, I believe,
Over an 8.
is it over an 80? Is it 81 or something like that? Low
Yeah.
80s? Yeah. Like a Dragon, of course, is going to be a big release for a lot of people. If you're a Yakuza fan, Like a Dragon, this is actually one of the games that was released in the East that never
Yes.
came this way. This is set
Been
in
remastered.
samurai style. They've remade it, I think, right?
Pretty
Kind of
much,
on
yeah.
yeah,
Pretty
yeah,
much.
it's a remake. So a lot of people have been waiting on this. It's getting good reviews as expected. Yakuza like reviews. So if you are a fan of that, I already know you're probably waiting on this one. But Like a Dragon Ishin is coming. I'll be hopping to this down the road. I am way too stacked right now to think about this as a day one purchase. But I will be hopping into, because I hop into the Yakuza. I've got the whole Yakuza series now, thanks to Xbox putting and Sega putting them on sale for nothing, pennies on a dollar. I own the entire series now. So I love the Grazies, and Like a Dragon was great. So I can't wait to jump into at some point. That's coming out the 21st. Then we've got After the Fall. We got some VR2 games because it's a VR2 release week, Steel. PlayStation VR2 is launching this week. So we're getting these games coming out. We got After the Fall coming to PlayStation VR2. We got Altair Breaker coming to VR2. We got Cities VR Enhanced Edition coming to PlayStation. We got Cosmos High, Cosmonios High is coming. We got Demio, which shout out to Cog, of course. He's been playing a lot of Demio. And this looks great. This is a VR2 game I would actually jump into. It's kind of a board style fantasy RPG game. It looks fantastic. Every time that Cog has posted uh, clips of this, it looks really great, and that's a big win for VR2 right there. A lot of people are going to play that. So that's your list of VR2 games coming this week. Oh no, we got more coming up here. We got Digimon World Next Order though coming to Switch and PC. Digimon fans, celebrate. You guys got another game. I can't believe Digimon is still around, but it is. So they're getting another game. Then we got Drums Rock for PlayStation VR 2. We got Dyschronia Chronos Alternate coming to PlayStation VR 2. We got Fanavision coming to VR 2. We got Firewall Ultra coming to VR 2. I believe Firewall is that first person shooter that some people really enjoyed, but they got Firewall Ultra for VR 2. And then, of course, Gran Turismo 7, the VR upgrade, which is free if you own Gran Turismo 7. That is hitting, of course, on launch for the VR2. Horizon Call of the Mountain, reviews are out on that. For a VR game, it's getting pretty favorable reviews. A lot of people said it has taken a lot from another VR game, an older VR game called The Climb. It took a lot of inspiration from that, set it in the Horizon universe, but a lot of people are having fun with it. And that's all you can ask for. Again, I wasn't expecting the world out of any of this stuff. This is VR. This again, VR's niche. But Horizon Call of the Mountain, that is hitting as well. Job Simulator, the 2050 Archives is coming to VR2. Jurassic World Aftermath Collection, VR2. Kayak VR Mirage is dropping. Kazuna AI Touch the Beat is coming to PlayStation 5 and to VR2 on February the 22nd. Moss and Moss Book 2 Bundle is headed to VR. Moss is a great, cool little game that's been around for a long time. It's basically kind of an action RPG with animals. They are turning that into VR. So that is coming out on February 22nd. NFL Pro Era is coming to VR too. Yes, that's right. You can play in the NFL in VR mode. I watched a couple videos on that thing. Again, it is what it is. For me, it doesn't excite me, but I know a lot of people are gonna jump into it. You got NFL attached to it. Pavlov VR, Pistol Whip VR 2. PlayStation VR 2, of course, is big this week. Puzzling Places for VR 2. Resident Evil Village, which will be a big one for VR 2. If you want to, shit your pants, I guess that's where you're going to go. VR 2 Resident Evil Village for sure. Res Infinite. Res is a great game, actually. That is coming to PlayStation 5 and PlayStation VR 2 this week. Song and Smoke VR 2. Star Wars Tales from the Galaxy Edge. I can't believe we haven't heard more about this still. That's coming to VR 2. I'm surprised more people aren't talking about these games, some of these games. But it's VR, so it's niche. Not everybody's talking about this stuff. Synth Riders VR 2. Tentacular VR 2. Tetris Effect Connected, which is freaking an awesome Tetris game. As far as Tetris games go, I'm not big on it, but the music is freaking amazing, right? Of course. A lot of house, a lot of techno. It's a lot of good stuff in Tetris Effect Connected. PlayStation 5 and VR 2. The Last Clockwinder coming to VR 2. The Last Brigade coming to VR 2. Quest VR 1 and PC. The Tale of Onogoro is coming to PlayStation VR 2. Thumper, PlayStation 5 and VR 2. Townsman VR. Vacation Simulator. What the Bat. Zenith, The Last City. Zombieland Headshot Fever Reloaded. I think I'm done with all the VR games now, folks. Got to give them their due. They're coming out this week. It's a big day one launch lineup for VR2. VR2 has got a lot of headlines. We'll see what the sales finally wind up being for this thing, but it's a big week. All right, we're done with the VR stuff. Okay. Blood Bowl 3 is coming out. Blood Bowl is a fun game. I just don't have the time to put into it to get good because there's so many other games. But Blood Bowl 3, there is a fan base around Blood Bowl. That is finally dropping PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC on the 23rd. Company of Heroes 3. No, not the console version, but the PC version is headed out on February the 23rd. We will be getting the console version of Company Heroes 3 later this year. We still don't have a for sure release date. I'm all excited. World War II, RTS, been a PC hit for a long time. Finally coming to console. Can't freaking wait. Company Heroes, though, for PC is coming. Grim Guardians, Demon Purge coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. That is coming out February the 23rd. I actually did watch a video on that one. Action game, old school style, 1 to 2 players. Looks kind of cool. Go check that one out. See if it's something you're interested in. Sons of the Forest coming to PC on February 23rd. We got Clive and Wrench coming to PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Switch, and PC. No Xbox. I don't think too many people are going to be unhappy about this one, but this is a platformer from Dinosaur Bite Studio and published by Numbskull Games. Octopath Traveler 2. Getting great reviews, as we all knew it would. Octopath Traveler showed up on Game Pass after it had been a Switch-only game last year. And Square Enix decides not to do Octopath Traveler 2 on Xbox, even though they said they saw great numbers from being on Game Pass. Maybe this is a Game Pass deal down the road that we'll see come to fruition. Maybe after it's been out for a while on PlayStation and Switch and PC, it'll show up in Game Pass. Maybe that's the drill. I'm not going to hold my breath, but it's getting great reviews. So if you're a fan of Octopath, you have a Switch, a PC, or PlayStation, Octopath Traveler 2 is going to be more goodness for you. It is getting great reviews right now. And Steel, that ends it. That was a mouthful. I knew there was a lot of VR2 games. I didn't know there was that many. So sorry to go through all the VR stuff.
Quite a few.
But there is a lot. It's a big launch lineup. And again, hats off to them. Launch lineups, new hardware. That's always an important factor. Shout out to Sony and all the third parties coming through and giving those that are going to get the VR2, which, again, in our small community, seen a lot of people posting, that they're getting it, that they had their pre-orders, that it's shipped, whatever. Listen, it's great for them. I'm happy for them. Again, I'm not going to downplay VR because I do believe it potentially could be the future. And I'm happy for all these companies that are putting money into it. I just think on Sony's side, that money, R&D, could have been used elsewhere to shore up some other things that they are lacking in. But it is coming this week. So enjoy, all you PSVR 2 fans.
Yeah, I mean, again, I can't say that there isn't enough content there for people to enjoy if you're willing to be part of that ecosystem. Again, I mean, you have to be able to justify that price for yourself and determine whether that's something you're going to jump into. I still don't think that VR is where it needs to be for me to even consider jumping in. It's not about a price point. And it's much more than just about experience also. I need more than that. For me personally. And again, until I get what I'm expecting, I'm not going to invest. And this is not going to be a reason for me to get a console. I just don't think. And again, I know conversations have been kind of happening again this week to where, some people on one side of the fence are saying, well, Xbox needs to step into VR. How could they just let Sony be in this by themselves? Their Xbox isn't willing to innovate, but Sony is. And you see Sony trying to do things differently. And we say these things about both sides, especially like Game Pass, it doing something different. And then also with VR doing something different. Boo Moo says neither does Tencent as well. So it's one of those things to where, for me currently, VR is just going to be in the eyes of the beholder. For the people that see value in it, great. I do want VR to do better than it did previously for PlayStation. Whatever they consider that, I don't know. Again, 5 million sales on a VR unit. A lot of people say, hey, that was great. That's what they needed. They sell what they needed. That technology was also behind. So to expect something similar this time around, especially VR2, it being one of the best headsets on the market, only thing that's missing is that it does not have that PC compatibility. Although you'd be kind of crazy to think that it won't have PC compatibility, especially with some mods and whatnot being able to be presented. I think that's going to be able to come forward, but I do think that limits it in a lot of ways. But again, it's $1,000 worth of entry to get into that space. And yeah, PSVR 2 does cost more than the console itself, but it's an option, right? You don't have to use VR. And whether you see that it's worth it or not, you have to be able to make that determination and stand on that. Just the same way that I am. I don't have FOMO. I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything. It's not there for me. And we'll see if it ever is. Now, I do see you beautiful people already talking about Game Pass, its sustainability, talking about games. I saw also somebody talk about.
How many times do we have to have this conversation, Steve?
Also saw people talking about Octopath and it being a Game Pass and it's leaving soon also. Yeah, whatever deal that they cut to get Octopath 2 everywhere else other than Xbox, hey man, that's part of the business, right? The reason that Xbox is even doing Game Pass in the first place is because of things like that. And it's going to continue to happen. People are going to want you to come into their ecosystem, especially, this is like so in line with what I would expect out of Sony, for a game to come out, hit for a lot of different people, and then for them to come in, especially since it is more Japan focused, more Eastern focused, I should say, for them to come in and say, hey, how about you just sell it on our console? Oh, you can still sell on Nintendo Switch. That's Eastern. Why not? It's unfortunate. Now, some people have taken this to kind of dig deeper within this whole Game Pass not being sustainable, Game Pass cannibalizing games. And I'm going to read from a couple different articles because, again, the only thing that I could do is give you the ECP, that educated consumer's perspective. Also give you the RTS, where we pull ourselves out of the world and not really focus on a specific platform, but talk about the industry in total. But I'll get to that in a second. But the conversation is now going back into, well, people on Xbox don't buy games. So that's why you see things going the way that they are. And for me, I want to start off by deading the Game Pass sustainability whole thing that's in question right now. And you guys, anybody can consider this as smoke, or you can consider it as a PR, but I'm going to pull this article from TheVerge.com. And this article states, Microsoft says Game Pass is profitable as it sees subscription growth slow. Now, this article was written October 26th of 2022. So the main reason I'm bringing up this article before I get into the, because there's another article that actually I pulled up from Jess Corden where he gets into Game Pass and sustainability, because again, we've had this thing come out to where Phil, I believe it was Phil that came out and says Game Pass does cannibalize game sales.
No, it came out from the ABK document.
It came from the ABK doc, so excuse me.
The ABK documents this week, there was people deep dive in some of the new documents, and there's a portion in there where Microsoft says that after 12 months, they see a decline in sales from games that are in Game Pass. And everybody ran with that and went back to the 2018 interview that Phil had, in which he said that he saw more sales from they saw more sales in Game Pass. But if you go back and read that interview, he specifically mentioned Forza Horizon 4 as one of them. He said that State of Decay 2 was selling better. Again, this is from 2018, folks.
Yeah, a year after Game Pass existed.
Game Pass had launched, and there was nothing in there specifically that he said broadly that all games see increased in sales. And again, if you go read the ABK documents, it says after 12 months, over a period of 12 months time, we see a decline in. Well, of course. Hello. Yeah. Anyways, this is just another reason for everybody to write articles.
Yeah.
For the clowns in the community to say, see, Phil lies. This is where all this generated and stemmed from this week. So go ahead.
And people like to talk about
context.
People like to talk about facts and whatnot. So I'm going to bring you a fact that Phil spoke on from October, when this article was written. In this quote directly from Phil states this: Game Pass as an overall part of our content and service revenue is probably 15%. Says, I don't think it gets bigger than that. I think the overall revenue grows, so 15% of a bigger number, but we don't have this future where I think 50 to 70% of our revenue comes from subscriptions.
He's been saying that consistently. The 2018 article, he also said that.
Yes. He also goes into state that it is a rare insight into Microsoft Xbox console and Game Pass subscription business, particularly as Spencer suggests, Xbox Game Pass won't dominate Microsoft's game revenue. There's a reason for that, as there are only so many Xbox console owners that can subscribe to the service, which is very true. But Phil also goes on to say, we're seeing incredible growth on PC. On console, I've seen growth slow down, mainly because at some point you reach, everybody on console that wants to subscribe, Spencer. So just based off of these two statements that he's made, Phil and Xbox and Microsoft are not idiots. There's
They
a
are still.
reason why they are pursuing the avenue that they are pursuing. And in no case have they ever said that Game Pass is the end all to be all for Microsoft. It is a vehicle for people to have more access to content than they have otherwise not had previously. Now, you can decipher that however you want. I'm not here to tell you that you can't have your own understanding of what I just stated.
Nope.
But
I
if
believe
we're going-
Phil's underselling Game Pass.
Of course,
That's
of
my
course he
personal
is.
feeling. Yeah, I believe he's
course he is.
underselling it.
But he also goes on to say, if you take a long-term bet, which we're doing, that we'll be able to get access to players on the largest platforms that play on Android and iOS phones, we want to be in a position with content, players, and storefront capability to take advantage of it. Microsoft's Activision Blizzard deals keys the company's mobile gaming efforts, and it's quietly building a mobile Xbox store that will rely on Activision King games. And then they go on talking about pricing of the console and those so on. I wanted to bring this article up because this is one example of Microsoft coming out. And again, people say, oh, well, you don't work for these companies. You're not in these meetings. But then you want to stand on the hill that you know that it's not profitable. You know that it's cannibalizing sales. Although the company is coming out and saying that this isn't our main source of revenue. We know that.
Right.
Game Pass is only meant to be something to give people more access. Matter of fact, what we've heard from Game Pass and what Xbox has done is actually given people more eyes than they would have had otherwise.
Right.
Giving people actually the stats that have come out, y'all want to talk about facts, the stats that have come out is that games within the Xbox ecosystem, they have seen more sales for games, not just a particular game, more sales for other games because of Game Pass.
Because people that have Game Pass play more games, which what also said.
Isn't that the goal? I mean, look, I understand that we want to stand, like some people want to stand on the high horse and say, well, you guys should beat more of your games, or you guys should buy more of your games. Okay? I'm going to tell you this. The current model that you guys that people keep trying to go back to has and is not sustainable. PlayStation's come out and said it. Xbox has had to come out and say it because they have tried to do the exact same thing that you want them to do so bad at selling games at $70 a pop. Back then it was $60, not that long ago. They tried to do that exact same thing, and you telling me, well, people on Xbox just don't buy games. Well, I can say people on PlayStation just don't buy games either. The only place that people really buy games at is Nintendo. You cannot, again, no matter how you try to pitch this to me, and again, 10, 20, 30 million game sales over a span of time is great. I hear you. I feel it. Due to the way things have been done in the past, yes, you are accurate in that. But that also can't be a completely accurate statement when you have the heads of these companies coming out and stating that it's not enough.
Because they need more steel. Saints Row costs $100 million, Steel. That's not sustainable.
No, it's not. Not for a mediocre ass game. With Saints Row
not
ended
every
up
game's
being.
going to hit. Yeah, like you just said, Nintendo's the only one that gets away with it because pretty much all their first-party titles sell.
Yeah.
Everybody else, you're going to have misses that don't sell.
And again, and it's fine if you would like things to go the way that they have been going. Oh, but people should just spend more money. That has not been the case and will not be the case. Mm-hmm. Again, the reason I had a certain view on games up to this point to where I can spend money and do whatever I want to because I'm a fucking adult now, is I had to choose what games I was going to play based off of the experience that I was getting from it. Again, I was someone who felt like games that did not give you a multiplayer experience were not worth the full price of the game. I am not going to pay $60, $70 for a 40-hour game. Because me as a gamer, from what I like as a gamer, personally, I like to throw myself into these worlds and be fully enveloped and get other experience out of it so that I can fully experience what these creatives tried to bring to life. Now, if they don't incorporate multiplayer, that's up to them. I'm also in an aspect now to where I can afford or can do other things to touch multitudes of games. And I can be honest with you guys, and as a gamer, and say that because of Game Pass, because of other subscription services, shout out to Ubisoft Plus, shout out to EA Play Pro, because of these services, I have been able to touch on more games than I ever would have had previously. Because there's a lot of games that I wouldn't have bought. But I tried them out. I've had a good time with them. I have even bought the DLC for me to get the full breadth of the game. So people coming out and saying that, oh, Game Pass isn't sustainable, just because you hear an article or you hear people coming out or these things with the ABK and people want to strew things in their own personal way, that it's cannibalizing sales. Of course it's cannibalizing sales. Because you're getting people to look at the market differently. People aren't going, if there's a game in Game Pass, why would you go pay $70 for it? That makes no sense. And Microsoft, the main proponent for doing this, has admitted that. Yeah, there is some loss of sales, but they didn't say that Game Pass wasn't profitable. Matter of fact, they said the complete opposite. It is profitable. It's working for them. Now, whether you want to believe that or not, I can't do anything about that. You don't want to take their words at face value, but you want to take your favorite company's words at face value. I think that's shady to me. One person says it doesn't mean anything. But if another person said, if Jim Ryan came out tomorrow and said, man, PlayStation Plus Essentials Basic Pro Max is the most profitable thing that we've ever seen. Oh, now gaming subscription services are great. Oh, yeah, look, PlayStation's profitable though. How does that make sense? Can anybody explain that to me? So you guys, what I'm understanding, and you chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody who doesn't agree with my opinion, correct me if I'm wrong. Pong, get me off the springboard to keep me from jumping if you feel like you need to. But what you're basically telling me is that you want gamers to spend $70 on games that they may not even like. That's what you want.
That's the way we used to
So
do it.
what you want is you want gaming to become even more niche. You don't want it to evolve. You want it to become even more niche. You want it to be a classist system. That's what you want.
Yes.
A separation between broke people and people who have money. That's what you want. And if that's what you want, you're in the fucking wrong entertainment business. Why would you continue to treat things like that in the number one entertainment industry in the world? Why? Why would you tell people, oh, you need to spend $60, $70 on a game that you may not like? Because, oh, we just recently started getting game trials from PlayStation on the PlayStation side, and it's a 3-hour trial for God of War Ragnarok, for an example.
Right.
Great. Trials are great. I don't care how they've done it. I'm not saying that Xbox, the way Xbox is doing it, is the end all to be all. Xbox could break it down and say, hey, we're just going to give you trials for every game. Great. If I get to try the game, that's all I want. Xbox took it a step further and said, no, we want people to be part of our ecosystem. That's what Apple does, right? Y'all love Apple phones, huh? Because of why? Ecosystem, huh? Oh, it's so easy. I just connect to one place. If I got to get a new phone, man, everything transfers over. Hello? What do you think Xbox has been doing with cloud saves? What do you think Xbox has been doing with crossplay? Yeah, they didn't believe in it in the beginning. They tried to buck the bull a little bit. But we know of other people who will put things in their deals, in their contract, to try to prevent those types of things happening that can actually be a benefit to you as the consumer. So let me get into this Xbox. I'm gonna get into this Jez Corden article because he dove into it a little bit more. He wrote this article this week, and I'm gonna pass it off to you, Pong. And again, please correct me if I'm saying anything that I'm saying is wrong, if I'm on a ledge, or I'm speaking out of turn. I am a little sick, so I may be speaking in circles. I don't know. But so Jez Corden wrote an article on Windows Central saying, is Xbox Game Pass in trouble? Xbox Game Pass is under scrutiny owing to Microsoft comments to the UK regulatory CMA group. Xbox Game Pass is under the spotlight and is not necessarily positive. Recently, Microsoft began its correspondence with the UK regulatory body known as the CMA. The CMA issued a set of concerns in response to Microsoft's acquisition of Activision, much of which revolves around how it could impact Sony's PlayStation's market leadership position. Regardless, that's not exactly what we're here to discuss today. We're looking into Microsoft's comments to the CMA in response to an examination, namely Xbox Game Pass, the model which serves as the vehicle for its cloud gaming aspirations, which is the biggest part of what they're trying to accomplish. Again, if you want to talk about Microsoft trying to monopolize the cloud industry, I get you. Shout out to Atrocity Tonight. Much love for you tuning in. He said, for those that want to brag how much they spent compared to those on Game Pass, I have an NFT to sell them. And Atrocity, please preach to the fucking choir or to the people in the back. Why is it a flex for you to spend more money as a consumer? That's a flex now.
Shows your loyalty. Again.
Oh, okay.
Sacrifice to the gaming gods of your favorite plastic box.
Oh. But anyway.
Yeah.
On a monthly subscription, Microsoft offers hundreds of third-party games in the service. However, contention revolves around the fact it includes all of its exclusives, many of the best Xbox games as day one entries. This means that users can skip paying $70 for a full-price title and get it for essentially $10 for a month's worth of access. Now, to a layman, I can understand why you could say that, man, this doesn't make sense. How we've gotten games and how games have sold previously. It just doesn't work this way. Okay, but we also have to take these companies at face value, because again, we can only take the ECP, right? The educated consumer perspective, because people also like to tell you that you're not in these boardroom meetings. You're not part of the staff. You're not an attorney. How would you know? You're right. I don't know. I can only go off of what they tell me. And if you're going to then tell me, oh, well, you need to read between the lines, you are also telling me to have my own opinion, to form my own opinion. How does that not make sense to you?
Right.
Anyway, for years, people have wondered if the service is too good to be true. And there's a saying, if it seems too good to be true, then it probably is. In this case, even if it is, why won't you as the consumer just continue to benefit?
Take advantage while it's here.
And if you don't see a benefit, then don't subscribe.
Right.
Obviously, that hasn't been the case because they've seen growth. Anyway, Microsoft has claimed that Xbox Game Pass is viable publicly, going as far as to tie exec bonuses to the growth of the service. However, and I saw some people also running with that whole, they're tying their bonus checks to Game Pass deals. And why is that a bad thing? Means push Game Pass more, right? And we're actually getting more quality games overall. Now, again, quality is going to be subjective to different people. And again, Returnal wasn't a game that I thought was worth it day one. It's worth it now, and I got it on PC.
Right.
That was for my own determination. I didn't feel like the console was worth it enough to buy an entire, the game was worth it enough to get an entire console for. That's me. If you do feel that way, great. That's what I'm here for. I love that conversation. Tell me why. My problem is I don't get enough of that answer. Why? Anyway, Microsoft's recent comments to the CMA seem to run counter to some of its previous claims about how Xbox Game Pass impacts game sales, leading to a flurry of headlines across the game or games media. The Florida scrutiny was triggered by Microsoft's own comments in the discussion with the CMA over Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard. Therein, Microsoft admitted that Xbox Game Pass hurts full game sales, which seems to run to counter to Microsoft Gaming CEO Phil Spencer's comment that Game Pass boosts retail sales. At least that's what the headline suggests. But when you dig a little deeper, which is what Pong touched on, there was a pretty notable caveat. GameIndustry.biz refers to this comment Spencer made in 2018 with regard to sales being boosted by Xbox Game Pass. When you put a game like Forza Horizon 4 on Game Pass, you instantly have more players of the game, which is actually leading to more sales of the game. I think it's pretty notable here that Spencer said, like Forza Horizon 4, which is, of course, is the nuanced aspect of the discussion that has escaped from the discussion. Indeed, from conversations that Jez has had with Microsoft, it seems to be multiplayer games and co-op oriented games that see a boost from Xbox Game Pass inclusion rather than your typical single player title. That being said, the recently released Xbox title Hi-Fi Rush is wholly single player, and despite day one inclusion in Game Pass, it managed to garner an impressive position on the Steam charts during launch. So what did Microsoft say to the CMA? Microsoft admitted that Game Pass leads to a redacted decline in retail sales of games without adding specifics. Microsoft also submitted that its internal analysis showed a redacted percent decline in base game sales 12 months following their addition to Game Pass. Doesn't that fucking make sense?
Yeah.
Anyway, Microsoft internal documents recognize that adding titles to Game Pass would lead to cannibalization of B2P sales. It continues with B2P referring to buy-to-play games, i.e. retail, as opposed to free-to-play. I'm going to go on with this last comment, and then I'm going to pass it off to you, Pong. Yeah. Xbox Game Pass offers gamers and game creators more choice and opportunity in how they discover, experience, and deliver games. For gamers, that means providing another option for them to discover games and play with friends at a great value. For developers, that means creating another option for how they monetize their games. We focused on helping game creators of all sizes maximize total financial value they receive through Game Pass. Each game is unique, so we work closely with creators to build a custom program to reflect what they need. Ensure they are compensated financially for their participation, because we got to support the devs, right? In the service, and allow room for creativity and innovation. As a result, the number of developers interested in working with Game Pass continues to grow. Wow. Game Pass cannibalizes sales. Paul.
Yeah.
So with this conversation happening throughout the week, and based off of the information that I also provided to you, because again, I like to provide context. We like to speak through facts, so let's speak through the totality of the facts. I want to hear, what is your opinion on this topic? Do you believe that Xbox needs to step back and reevaluate how they are treating their gaming ecosystem and what they have seemingly needed to do to become more competitive, or is this entire situation FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt for something that it's still trying to be. And up to this point, Microsoft themselves, not just Xbox, because since 2017, Xbox is now a pillar of Microsoft's business. What is your belief on this?
This conversation is actually boring to me. Like some people are bored with the ABK talk, which I get. I'm bored with this talk. This Game Pass thing has come and gone so many different times within the media, within this community. It's just old now. I believe everybody is out there wanting or looking for the moment that they can point to when Game Pass fails. And I don't understand that concept. I'm not going to, again, I'm past the point in my life where I try to understand why everybody comes from a certain angle. Because it's a near impossible. And I don't understand this fascination with hoping that that Game Pass is going to be the downfall of Microsoft and Xbox or whatever the case may be. Listen, Game Pass is not the silver bullet per se. It's not the one and only way to do things. It's a new way to do things that generates a new revenue stream for Microsoft and Xbox. That's all it is. And if you listen to all the comments, if you hear all the talk from Microsoft and Xbox directly, whether it's Satya or Phil, it doesn't matter who's speaking about it, and you truly listen to what they're saying, they're not saying this is the be-all, end-all. This opened up a new avenue or what they hope to be a new playing field for them within the gaming world, in the gaming industry. They hope that this opens up the gates for more gamers to come into their ecosystem. At no time have they ever said that this is the be-all, end-all, that this is where everything's headed. Someday we only want to have a subscription service and that's it. Never have they said that. Would they love it if all of a sudden they had 100 million, 200, 3 million, 300 million people subscribe to Game Pass? Of course. Of course they would love that. It would be gigantic. But is that ultimately where they see this going at this point? No. Even when we've all talked about it, even when the hype was at its highest point, when we were coming into the Xbox Series generation, and we talked about it. Yeah, we talked about it potentially growing to a 50, 75, maybe even 100 million subscription, right? Subscriber subscription, I should say. So yeah, we talked about it in those terms because of course they would love it if it happened that way. But again, trying something new does not in any way, shape, or form guarantee success. Is there another path that leads at some point down the road where Game Pass doesn't meet the numbers it needs to? Because again, folks, this is money. This is a money game. This is not, there's no fantasy that Xbox has created. Microsoft has gone all in on Game Pass out of the goodness of their hearts for the gamer, right? There is none of that fantasy here.
Right.
This is a money game. And if it does not make money, if it no longer makes sense 10 years from now, 20 years from now, do I have any doubt that Microsoft will drop Game Pass? No, I don't. I don't have any doubt about that. But is that the for sure future? No, of course not. Right now, Game Pass is doing exactly what they wanted it to do. Now, their first party output has not been where they want it to be, and that has led to the stagnation of growth within Game Pass. But that's why Phil pivots off of his comment about the console market and pivots to PC.
Yep.
And says, but we're still seeing growth there because that's a fresh market still.
Yep.
That they still have the opportunity to grow there. Now, once the first party titles hit, we're going to have a better idea of where this is going to go. Assume Starfield comes out, crushes it, as most of us here do. Let's assume Redfall comes out, does extremely well for an Arcane game. Let's say Motorsport comes out, does exactly what we all expect it to do.
Yeah.
And they still don't see a growth in Game Pass, a substantial growth in Game Pass. Okay, well, that's going to be another indicator that maybe it's not the be-all, end-all. But let's say it does. Let's say they do see good growth once their first-party titles hit. And they have all these great third parties dropping in there as well.
And to keep in mind, Pong, real quick, because I'm sorry to interrupt your train of thought, but the other thing that you have to keep in mind too, again, we can only work off of speculation of what has come out. Whatever is sustainable for them, we will never know the truth.
Correct. We will never know that. Right now it's sustainable, and that's why they've kept it going. That's why they continue to invest in it. That's why we see games like Wolong coming into it out of the blue, Monster Hunter Rise coming into it out of the blue. We see that because they still believe in it, which means internally they still have the potential. And again, they're just this is the beginnings of this. This is not its final form. They could decide to change its form down the road. I expect them to change it at some point, right? This is the growth phase. So they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this right now. This is probably going to have, they probably right now, outside of an explosive growth period, this is where you spend your most money on trying to grow a new idea. This is what they're doing right now. So do I think that this is the way it's going to be forever? No. Do I think eventually we see a tiered Game Pass system outside of just Xbox Ultimate, which includes Gold and PC Game Pass and EA? Do I think that we could see more tiers? Yeah, absolutely do. I do see
especially
that
with
sometime.
the family plans coming. And that's the other thing too. It's like, if it was so unsustainable, then why would they even do a family plan?
Why would they be looking at that?
Why would they even be considering that?
They're looking at other options. This is a testing phase kind of deal where they're trying things and seeing what works, what doesn't work, because in the game industry, this has never been done before like this.
No.
Yeah, we had our EA plays, we had the Ubisoft version, all that kind of stuff came before it. PlayStation obviously was the first to go big scale with it, but they didn't commit. Xbox is committing not only their first party, but the third party support as well. They're committing all of it to try to see how this is going to work out in the end. So again, this talk of, oh, it's cannibalizing sales. Well, of course it is. But that's why we pay a monthly fee.
Yep.
That's why Microsoft pays the devs and publishers up front with different types of deals for their games. Is to offset that.
Yep.
That's what it's all about, right?
No
Again,
deals
this isn't a free service. We are paying into it, which everybody tries to downplay. Oh, you're paying $1. No, you're not paying no freaking dollar. No, the average isn't $15. The average isn't $1. It's somewhere in between.
Yeah.
I'd probably say after costs and everything else, it's probably right around $8 to $10.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably about $8
to $10. Okay. This is going to be a separate stream of income that what Microsoft and Xbox are trying to do, as Steele pointed out, is to get out of the old way of thinking, the old ecosystems. They're trying to create something new that doesn't limit them, because the cost of making a game is going up dramatically. Again, if Saints Row, and that came out from Embracer Group's financials this week.
It's an open world game, and
but $100 million for Saints Row, folks. Like, again, there's a lot of waste in there. I can tell you that straight up front. I don't know where it went. Marketing, maybe they spent a ton of money on marketing.
Dev talent, people. And that's the other thing people forget too. Is like, depending on who you bring in. This project is exactly that project, and certain people might want to get paid more than other people.
Right.
It's like you can use that as a football example, right? Tom Brady for years took a huge pay cut or wanted to be underpaid so that he could have talent around him.
Right.
You could take that for what you is. I actually put him up higher in that GOAT conversation because of that. Because that's an old school mentality, right? Hey, we got to work with what we got to make it happen. Now, there could be everything else behind that too, but nonetheless, it's the same kind of principle here, right? Some people are going to want to be paid more than others, and yeah, games are costing more to be made, but then we also can't have games costing more to be made and them saving money, more money than ever on the back end.
Sure.
Than they ever have. Like, you can't have the conversation of, oh, well, you know, the traditional way of selling games is the way it needs to be, and then ignore the fact that, okay, you're going to buy games for $70 and continue to get less than what you've ever gotten before, even to the point where we're going to very soon get to a point where I know people are up in arms right now with the whole Redfall misconstrued bullshit because people didn't want to do enough research to find out the game was going to actually have a disc or not. But ladies and gentlemen, in case you're in a closet or maybe in the dark, at some point we're going to get to where there's not going to be a disc.
Right. We've talked about that. Again, this is a money game. The minute that they can get away with that, they're going to do it. Because it does cost. It costs the same.
And then charge you the same.
Right. And they get away from people buying and selling used games. There's a whole bunch of factors in that, right? That's going to happen. Listen, the point I was getting to was that as the cost of games go up, right, we can go back to the old ways. We can go back to the old days where we have less devs, where we have less games coming out, where we have less access to those games, because when you don't give people an option like Game Pass, that means less overall games played, total games played. But we already have a problem now with people's time. Now you add in the old way, which leads to people's money being a problem. So they now have to make bigger choices, like Steel was saying. The old days, we would have to go out, unless you could go to a GameStop and try the game prior to, or rent it from a Blockbuster, or whatever the case you did back in the day. You had to make a decision based upon reviews, what other friends were saying, or whatever the case may be, but you could still plop down $60 for that game and still hate the hell out of it.
Yep.
Right? You could hate the hell out of that game, and that was a part of your gaming budget. Sure, you could go turn around and try to sell it back to GameStop for half, 50%. In the first week, and then after that probably 75%, and then all the way down to 95% of the value that you got. That's the old way we could do it. But what that will do is shrink the industry, because companies are not going to take the chances that they are currently taking on these games without other opportunities like monetization, like DLC, to try to pick up the back end. Otherwise, we're going to come to an unsustainable model where game companies finally get to a point where they see enough Saints Rows that they spend $100 million on that don't sell well, and they go, we can't do this anymore. We can't. That's why we used to see closures all the time back in the day in game studios. Because a game would come out, it would fail. That was the end of the studio. It was the end of the studio instantaneously. One failure was the end of it.
Yep.
That's the way it used to work. Xbox is trying to increase the opportunity to keep a sustainable model with big games down to small games.
All of it, yeah.
Passion projects like Grounded, like Pentiment can happen and can live within this ecosystem if they can make this work. Right now it's working. Nintendo's the only one that can do this because they are so far behind technology-wise. Their games cost them a fraction of what the big titles from PlayStation and Xbox do. And they know that for the most part, their first-party titles are going to sell 10 million plus.
Okay? Oh, easily, yeah.
Right. So they have a guaranteed model, and they have a lot less risk involved with each game.
Mm-hmm.
Game Pass is trying to level that all out so that Microsoft has different streams of revenue. People still buy physical games, they still buy full-price digital games, but they also have this stream of revenue from Game Pass coming in as well on top of it. They're looking to get into the mobile market. We know that for a fact. They're trying to diversify their business model so that they can take risks, so that they can have big giant games like Starfield that I'm sure is well over $100 million in cost at this. And they can drop that sucker into Game Pass day one on top of selling it normally.
Right.
And of course, they're not going to sell as many copies as Starfield as if it was out on everything, PlayStation, Xbox,
right.
everywhere. Of course they're not.
That's why you do it.
But that's why you do it. right? But you drive more, hopefully, subs,
Engagement,
which
yeah.
are reoccurring revenue, right? That's what you hope for, but you have to have a lineup that supports that. Why is Sony against it? Because they don't have the lineup to support that. They have big single player games for the most part. Yes, they have a little bit here and there, different stuff, but they have single player games that don't have a lot of DLC, that don't have monetization built in, that don't have multiplayer aspects. They don't have the diverse lineup to support a service like Game Pass.
Right. For an example, Pong, it's wild to me that Returnal has released on PC and there's not crossplay support with PlayStation.
Right.
How does that make sense? Why would you
doesn't make any sense?
Why is it okay? Oh, because these gamers got it a year later. Why is it okay for you to continue to segregate your community? You could have had more people get back on their PlayStation 5 and be cross-playing with PC gamers. Therefore, giving your game even more light, because we can also be fair and say that Returnal didn't sell well. Regardless of how you want to, maybe they saw it as, hey, it did well for what we needed. Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
I can also be honest and tell you guys, this is not just a nothing game.
Yep.
This is not a cheap game to be made.
Right.
There's a lot of detail. There's a lot of effort. This is another game that I can blatantly tell there was love and care put into. So why segregate your consumers instead of bringing them together, causing more engagement within your ecosystem? It doesn't just have to be Xbox doing it. PlayStation can do it just as well. The fact that it can only crossplay with the Epic Store with Steam, in what fantasy land does that make sense? Why don't I have access, but you allow me to connect my PlayStation account?
Yeah.
For extra outfits, I can connect my PlayStation account, but I can't play with those players.
They're in transition mode right now still. They're trying to get to that point. That's why they have
in 2023?
Right. Because as we already talked about, they rested on their laurels. Again, this isn't a Sony conversation. Again, Sony tried to do their own thing. They realized the future is coming. They're changing their ways. It's just taking them a whole lot longer to do, right? They're trying to stall for time, hence why the huge blow up over ABK deal. They're trying to stall out. Jim's trying to give himself more time to get Sony to turn the ship, right? We've talked about that plenty, and this is not about Sony at all. But Game Pass,
it's part of the conversation.
It's a part of the conversation just because it's a good example of the old ways and a company saying it's not good enough, like you said. Jim Ryan has already come out and said the console market is not good enough for us anymore because they make $100, $150, $200 million games, and they're reliant on every single one of those selling like a Nintendo game, and that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen that way for Sony every time out the gate. Like we saw with Horizon. And I know Last of Us 2 sold well, but did it sell what they thought it was going to? I can almost guarantee you it did not sell what they were hoping it was going to. Now, God of War Ragnarok is selling like they hoped it would. But again, that's the old risk that is built into that way of doing things. And you have to have that surrounded by other streams of revenue to take away or lessen that risk from the company having a game that doesn't sell well. And that's what Game Pass does for Xbox in a lot of ways. Again, it's just another avenue. It's not the be-all, end-all at this point. It's not. And it may never be the be-all, end-all. And that's fine. Right? But this whole idea that Game Pass cannibalizes sales. Listen, not every game is going to succeed in Game Pass. We've seen that time and time again. But that's why they get paid upfront money from Microsoft. Who am I? Who am I to question how Microsoft wants to open their wallet? But are you going to tell me a game like Vampire Survivors, Ponkel, do you think he was unhappy about what happened when he put his game into Game Pass? No. Of course not. Vampire Survivors blew up even more than it had on Steam because of Game Pass. Are you going to tell me that Square Enix was lying when they said that they were happy about the deal they got for Game Pass for Outriders and what it did? No. Was Obviously, was People Can Fly happy? No, because Square Enix didn't share the wealth.
Yeah.
But the publisher, Square Enix, was happy with the deal. There is a success story for there's more success stories than there are failure stories when it comes down to it. There are less devs out here who would come out public and say they were unhappy with their Game Pass deal. Even if their game didn't do well in Game Pass or they didn't see that increase in sales, they still got paid, which allows them to live another day. The latest one was Squanch Games and High on Life.
Yeah.
They came out and were extremely excited to get into Game Pass. Why? Because they said themselves, the Game Pass deal allowed them to know that they could start working on their next game and did not have to worry about the sales of High on Life.
Yeah.
It allowed them another shot at making another game. Because Microsoft said, you know what, we'll give you the upfront money, and it basically covered all our costs and then some for High on Life. No matter what it did in Game Pass. No matter what it did outside of that was actual sales.
Get to see your engagement. And I think what Google Post says is perfect and fits into what we're saying here too. It's also that revenue comes in one big hit and it's not monthly, but in years. That's crazy. Game development takes way too long to have to wait years for return. No other industry waits that long. And that's been my overall point. We've made that point here a multitude of different times. Why wait? Why tell your community or your board members that they need to wait to see if people are even going to have interest in this?
Money in the hand is worth more. Money in the hand is worth more upfront than it is 5 years from now. Right? That's what happens, Steel. And again, this is a different industry. The number one entertainment industry in the world. Things can't remain the same when you get that big. There has to be a change, especially if you want to continue to grow. Strauss Zelnick, at a 2K, said we got 20 more years of growth. It's not going to be 20 more years of growth if we continue with the old ways. Why are we seeing the growth? Because mobile has blown up, because cloud is blowing up, because the digital age is upon us, and because of a service like Game Pass expanding out and saying, guess what? You no longer just need a single console device to play our games. You can now play anywhere. And that's only going to get better as the technology gets better. That's why Strauss is out here saying we got 20 more years of growth. But that's also why Strauss came out and said subscription services aren't for our company. They're not for our games. Why? Because 2K is one of the few companies that can say, when we drop Grand Theft Auto 6, we got an instant 100 million seller. Like 50 to 100 million seller. Unless we really screw it up, we're going to instantly sell. Well, it's going to be the biggest launch in history.
I don't think it'll do that without having the online component.
Yeah, so of course. But what I'm saying is they can guarantee those sales, but those are so few and far between. That's why there was never a Game Pass deal for Call of Duty. Because why would Activision, first of all, why would Microsoft give up the amount of money? It would take billions of dollars to do a Game Pass deal to get Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Why would they ever do? How would that be valuable to them? You can say, well, they get subscriptions. Yeah, but they have to pay this amount of money to make that happen. And why would Activision ever in their right minds do it when they know they've got instant sales? Like, no, but those instances are few and far between. For the rest of everybody, they have to weigh their options. Every game is a risk. Right. There is no for sure's. Right? There is no absolute guarantee.
It's not for everybody.
Very few. It's not for everybody. Game Pass allows them an opportunity. And let's not forget, folks, it's not like Xbox is out here begging people to come to Game Pass as a developer. There's a waiting list. Xbox has a budget for their Game Pass model. They can only spend X amount of dollars. They have to make their own decisions about what games they're actually going to go buy for the service. Right? So there's give and take on both sides. But again, this whole thing, Game Pass cannibalizes sales. Duh. But that doesn't matter. It's not like the devs aren't getting paid. It's not like the publishers aren't getting paid. It's not like Xbox isn't getting paid. They're getting paid. Everybody's happy with the Game Pass model. Now, everybody doesn't see the same amount of success, but that's a risk everybody takes. It's the risk not to be in Game Pass for certain games.
You know what I hear from a lot of people? I hear from a lot of people that you would rather be finessed into buying something.
Yeah.
That's what I hear. And as somebody who has sales experience, my God, I need to talk to you on the phone immediately. Right. I got an insurance license. I can get you some life insurance real quick. Because you are the type of person I'm looking for.
Right. Take advantage. Take advantage of the deal when it's offered, even if you don't believe in Game Pass. Even if you don't believe in Game Pass, even if you think that it's going to fail down the road, why would you not take advantage right now if you have a budget, or like most people are, you have other bills in your life? If you're the gamer that sees value in Game Pass, but you think it's never going to be sustainable, then why would you not take advantage while it's here? What is the problem with taking advantage of something? I'm not here to watch Microsoft's money. I'm not here to worry about what's going to happen 10, 15, 20 years down the road. I like to speculate about that stuff. I certainly like to talk about certain apps. But again, as I always said, if Game Pass dies off, if it doesn't succeed and it's a failure, what am I going to... You gotta go back to my old way. Oh, okay. The industry moves forward.
I'm gonna play less games. I'm gonna play
less games.
I'm gonna be very decisive about what I play, like I was before.
Right.
Like nothing changed. Like nothing changes. Yes. It doesn't evolve. Industry it doesn't get better.
Forward. Yes.
Like
the industry's not gonna collapse because Game Pass fails. Who cares? Who cares? If we go back and the industry shrinks again,
never.
We go through another contraction. Guess what? I'm a hardcore gamer. I'm an enthusiast. I'll be here. I'll just adjust my habits like everybody else.
But good luck getting the normal people in, which is the other part of the conversation that really that not necessarily hurts my feelings. I don't want to be over dramatic about it, but because I am somebody who cares about the industry overall, it forces, like, I force myself to also consider the normal consumer. Right. And I hear people try to put themselves in the normal consumer's foot, in the or in their shoes, and some people are too far removed or too far in their own way to even consider that because of their current lifestyle. Sure. And everybody grew up different. Everybody thinks about things differently. Everybody, what's quality to you to what's worth it to you is always going to be your personal opinion. Nothing more, nothing less. And everything that is currently going on in gaming will end up benefiting the consumer at a very low level. Right. Like, guys, I mean, shout out to you guys that can buy everything. You got all these great PC parts. You got the latest system. That is not the reality of the majority of gamers. And that is the problem that we're trying to move into, that we're trying to knock down that barrier. How do we get those people involved? Well, they have smart TVs. Let's put it on their TV. Oh, they got smartphones. Everybody, this has become a standard. The same way we want gaming to become some form of a entertainment standard, because it's still not. People will tell you that watching TV is more worth it than you playing a game, which makes absolutely no sense in any way, shape, or form that you break it down to me. It doesn't. And it is shifting. But if everybody has a device, which this wasn't a thing 10 years ago. I mean, technically, it was moving that direction. More so, it's truer than ever, where people have actually smart devices that can keep up. Before it was like you had that bottom line, basic as hell. That's the thing that you got for your kids, right? You don't want to give them too much access, but just enough to make them feel special. You have all the different versions of the iPhone.
Like we were rocking Blackberries 10 years ago.
That's true. That's true. That's about 20 years ago for the Blackberry. But 15 years ago, more so. But regardless of that case, that is what we're trying to move into. Right. And in controller sports, you have a good point. Yep. Most smartphones are more expensive than a Series X. But that's easier to sell somebody than a gaming console.
And that's why I say gaming consoles are going to go the route of cell phones eventually, Steel, and we will have subscription services for our consoles where we pay monthly and we get the latest and greatest consoles.
And again, for the common consumer, it's easier for you to look at you spending $30 a month versus not.
Right.
versus you spending 1,000.
Right. And that's where they're trying to hit a new market, because they're trying, again, this is a business, folks. They're in the business of getting people to play as many games as they can for as many hours as they can. They want you addicted to gaming. Let's make no mistake about this. Netflix wants you addicted to streaming movies and TV shows. They want you Netflix and chill all the time. That's what they want. Microsoft and Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, they're all no different. They're the same thing. They are fighting for people's time.
Mm-hmm.
That's the biggest thing that they're fighting for. So what is Xbox saying? The average consumer, as Steel was just talking about, buys maybe full price games, 2, 3, maybe a year. Madden, Call of Duty, they buy. That's all they buy. Xbox wants it so that they start doing what I do. They start grazing a little bit. They start trying out new things, and they go, ooh, I really like this. Oh, Starfield. Oh, shit. Now I'm addicted to Starfield. Now I got 300 hours into the Starfield.
Oh, and there's DLC? Oh, $20?
Oh, $20? Oh, yeah.
Cosmetic, $5? Oh,
I got this for my monthly fee. Oh, yeah. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to change the playing habits of the average gamer, not us, the enthusiasts. They got us, right? Yeah, some of us are on budgets. Some of us can't buy every game out there, of course.
Right.
But I still bought more than the average person, of course. My budget for gaming was much bigger than the average person. But what they're trying to do is say, no. We got you this nice little model. You just pay $15 a month. You get to try all this. You get to do all this. And if you still want to buy a game here or there, you still got to go buy your Madden or your Call of Duty. Go do that. We're going to let you try all this stuff for $15. They're trying to create new habits. Okay? And we could have the argument about whether or not they're great habits, good habits. It doesn't matter. Fact is, they're trying to get you addicted to the ecosystem. And that's what they're doing with Game Pass. It's just another avenue to bring more people in. And again, Sony admits it, that's the future. Again, Jim Ryan's flat out here saying the console market is capped. It's not good enough for our games. He's right. They got to open up to PC. They got to try to get in the subscription service. Nintendo are the only ones that can kind of do this the way they want to, but that's because they make money on everything. Everything. They make money. But they're the only ones that are kind of outside the box. That's why we always talk about them swimming in their own pond. But Game Pass right now is where it needs to be for Microsoft and Xbox. That's apparent. They're still pumping money into it. It's not like all of a sudden we are not getting any third-party titles and they're just hoping their first-party titles hit. Nope. They're still spending money, getting third-party titles in there, big third-party titles, small third-party titles, and everything in between. That's because they see it is sustainable. They still believe it is a part of the future for Microsoft and Xbox. And so they're going to continue to invest. So all this nonsense, again, it's nonsense. That's why it's boring to me. Because, of course, the main topic this week, Game Pass cannibalizes sales. Of course it does. Of course it does. But it also leads to more sales in other areas. It can lead to more engagement in other areas. That's what we've always talked about. And for some games, it does actually lead to more sales, right? That's how this whole game works. So anyways, great topic, Stu.
Yeah, we definitely bust that down and tore it apart. We tore it up 2 ways from Sunday for sure. And we also involved the chat in that, man. And again, this is our perspective, that ECP, educated consumers perspective. We're looking at the market in totality, not because, and look, everybody has a bias. Everybody has things that they like, and everybody has their bar for what is or what they need to be able to invest. And that's going to be on any level. My overall biggest point will always be, of course, quality of games matters. Just because we have this doesn't mean the quality of games needs to go down. Nope. If the quality of games goes down, then we will need to talk about that. I actually think the opposite is starting to happen, where the quality of games is getting back to where we want it at. Mm-hmm. Now, just because every game isn't what you want,
right,
doesn't mean that it's not doing what it's supposed to. Right? And nobody has the complete answers. Nobody knows what's going to work. And nobody can convince me personally that doing things the way that they have always been done is the best way to do them. Because I'm going to tell you that that is completely false and inaccurate. And I am in agreement also that, just like with the whole VR conversation, where if Sony is going to do something different and their version of different is moving further into the VR space, we'll see how that sells and who they're going to sell it to. I can tell you right now, the typical consumer, not if it matters, and it's going to be up to Sony whether this matters or not, the typical consumer is not going to buy that device.
I don't see articles about how VR is not sustainable, Steel.
And I don't see
articles
that.
about that.
But it's because one, it's a new market, and of course it's going to be only so many. Why does this get the of course?
Yeah.
But this other thing that's also newer doesn't
Right.
get the of course it's going to
Right.
do these other things around it.
Right.
I don't expect for 20 million people to be in VR. Should there? Yeah. Do I think we're there at a technology and a money
point?
standpoint and a price point? Fuck no. We are far from that. At least 10 to 15 years removed.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot has to change between then and now.
Right.
Well, between now and then. It's just, there's so many different ways that you have to look at the overall spectrum of what's going on in the industry. And that's what I think is so unique about what we bring to the table here, because it's not just about, Microsoft is doing this. We believe in everything is Microsoft. They're helping my pockets out. And that's all that matters. I mean, of course, it should be what matters because I'm a consumer at the end of the day. But if they're giving me content and I also have the capability to, again, dive deeper because I do have a PC, this wasn't something that I made just to play games. I made it to do many other things, create content, to do work, to, have a device that my family can use. There's other things that this is used for other than just specifically gaming. And if you're buying rigs to just game, you're already so far removed out of the conversation that you're not going to understand the standpoint where we're coming from. Because you may not care about the industry the way that we care about it.
Right, and that's
Care
okay.
about what you
Not
want.
everybody has the
That's
same passion.
okay.
Yeah, not everybody has the same levels. It is.
But we can't sit here and
Interesting.
start undermining everybody else though. I don't get that, especially in gaming. So in a space where I want more people to be part of, so I can have more people in my MMOs. So when we get that AI technology in these games, that we can have more vast conversations and get games that don't need second, third iterations. Maybe you get we get back to what DLC is supposed to be, an extension of the original game. I don't need a part 2. Instead of Spider-Man 2, just give me Spider-Man this next big update. Because that just makes more sense. And you could charge me for it. Damn near full price.
Now you're talking games as a service, Steel. The industry's going.
Again, that's that's also another part of it, I mean, again, it's, people want their games to be like the whole thing with Redfall this week and, the game being on disc and whatnot. I mentioned it earlier, but it is going to be more of a reality. We are moving more towards a direction where internet is going to be a requirement for gaming.
Right.
And that is a bigger conversation to have than anything else.
It already is.
Because, and it is.
It is.
It literally is. I see people on Facebook in these gaming groups, they talk about that all the time. Oh, I don't have that great internet, so it's like, oh man, I can't. They released this game at a bad time, and it's gonna go over my data cap. Oh man, I can't download that fast. I don't have that speed. Oh, when people ask why, because I can't afford it right now, man.
Right.
Dude, does this person deserve to be shitted on because they can't afford it? No, but there should be other options. But there is also, at the end of the day, this is entertainment. You don't have to have it. The same way you don't have to have all the TV that you have. You don't have to have all the fancy cars that you might want to get into, all the statues that you might want to get into, all the whatever. Here, the bike that you want, whatever the case. There's so many other forms of hobbies that you don't have to have. You have to make the choice of what's worth it to you. And gaming is worth it to us. And we want to see it, and we want to see it expand.
Nick, you're right. Selling a Spider-Man 2 is easier than selling deals.
No, it is.
It's more exciting to people.
100%.
It's a mental
100%
thing.
I'm not talking from a selfish standpoint, just because.
Standpoint. Right.
I'm talking more from a selfish standpoint, just because I do feel like it would be more beneficial, and that would cause more talk. You know, hey, have you tried out this game has dropped this brand new deals? I mean, we're seeing it more and more. And again, of course, we need a second iterations of games or whatnot.
Right.
But I want to see true second iterations,
right?
Not just minimal improvement,
right? Which is the next step for games as a service when they get to that point where they outlive it and then they move on to a version of it. That's what eventually. Again, if this is the last Forza Motorsport, because they just start doing expansions off of this platform until the next generation when they rebuild an engine again, and all of a sudden they have to come out with another version of. I'm cool with that. Now, will everybody be cool with that? No, because some people like the idea of getting, even if it's just actually built on the first concept, some people like that mentally. Oh, I'm getting a new game. It's not just an addition to, even though it's the same, right? Even though at the end of the day, it's the same. There's still that mentality that people like that new, fresh idea, and it's easier of a sell. But if Forza, Motorsport is just a hub, and they expand off of that hub each year, and they add something like new tracks or a new area or new sets of cars, I'm cool with that. I'm good. I'm okay with that. I don't have a problem with it. I'll buy in.
Yeah,
we're good.
Yeah. That definitely sounds like a good point to me. Anyway, I think that's enough on that for sure.
Got 30 minutes until IGN. So, what do you want to get into?
Here. There's some Embracer sales that happened this week. I mean, again, Embracer, I don't have much to say about it, what Embracer has going on, man. They have 58 unannounced projects still, which is extremely interesting to me again. I want to see what the hell Embracer is going to come out with this year. Because my God, they've had games in development for quite some time that we still know nothing of, including the unannounced projects that they're mentioning of. They're saying 31 AAA games by 2028?
Yeah.
Wasn't that part of the news that came out that who was that Embracer that came out and said that they wanted 5 games from the AAA studios in the next 5 years?
No, that was Obsidian.
That was Obsidian?
Yeah, that was Obsidian.
Really?
Yep.
Damn.
That was their internal
goal.
Their
goal.
Okay. Their goal.
I was gonna say, I thought there was somebody else that they were saying, because people were going up in arms about it, like, how they expect for that to be done.
No. Embracer's their pipeline is stupid. Okay.
Yeah.
It's 224 total game projects in development, of which 19 AAAs are to be released before March 2026.
That's crazy.
So basically 6 a year.
Bro.
Yeah.
That's just them.
Yeah, that's just Embracer. Right.
That's yeah. So I mean, again, if you think that gaming is like going somewhere or it's like shallow, I don't know if that's necessarily the case, guys. Like,
no, it's crazy. No,
that's what it was. Crystal Dynamics and Eidos are expected to release 5 AAA games over the next 5 years. Perfect Dark, Tomb Raider, rumored.
Okay, that's the one you were talking about. Okay.
Yeah, Deus Ex, Fable, and something else. But again, like the way that it was pitched, it was like, it made it seem like it was worse than that. I mean, that kind of makes sense.
Well, because they're working on
Perfect Dark's already
on the project, right? They're working on Fable and Perfect Dark, right?
Yeah.
So, which are third party to them, right? First party for Xbox, but third party to them. But I understand where that's coming from.
So, like, I mean, I get that they may have a lot of projects going on, but a lot of these projects also are like things that are already there,
right?
Then they put Fable in there, and it's like, okay, well, I mean, I get that y'all be helping with Fable and whatnot, but you also have an entire different studio that's working on this. So like, I don't know if you could consider that as part of your 5, but I mean, I guess, if it's part of, your timeline right now, I guess why not mention it? Let me see it, because I do have a little bit of news on that. They said large wind force. This is coming from the videogameschronicles.com. This article was written by Tom Ivan. Lars Winchford, the CEO of Crystal Dynamics and Ideo's parent company, Embracer, provided an update on the group's pipeline of AAA projects during a quarterly earnings presentation on Thursday. He defined AAA games as titles that have over 100 full-time developers at the peak of their development phase. So see, now, again, we're getting his definition of what AAA games are, right? Some people say it has to be money. It's about money and this. He's saying that no, it's just any studio that has over 100 people on it, that's a AAA. So again, kind of gives you another kind of redefining moment. They must also have a notable or significant marketing budget and are expected to sell at least 2 million units. Again, AAA, expected to sell 2 million units. Again, where we're getting another definition of what he thinks AAA means.
Right.
And if the development work is paid for by an external partner, Embracer must also have a notable economic upside. He said one project that would appear to meet all 3 stipulations is Perfect Dark, a co-development between Xbox Studio, the initiative, and Crystal Dynamics, which is being funded by Microsoft. Another is Crystal Dynamics, upcoming Tomb Raider game, which will be published by Amazon. Yep. So again, as crazy as this sounds, there is a lot of partnership that is had here. And it was recently claimed that the new Deus Ex game was in very early development at Eidos Montreal, and that the studio was working on a new IP as well as collaborating with Microsoft on Xbox games, including Fable. Yep. Sounds like there's a lot of teamwork going on in here.
Yeah. Lars is definitely open to contracting his teams out in the right situation. Right, he's made mention of that, and it makes a lot of sense. Steel, right? It lowers the risk.
Yeah,
they get paid for their work and take none of the risk. Those are Microsoft games. He's just getting paid for letting them subcontracting out his team. That's all he's doing, right?
Yep.
So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
it's a good business move. They also said, Steel, that they're going to have 5 Lord of the Rings games by March 31st, 2024.
That is fucking crazy, bro.
I mean, again, as we can all guess, that there's probably 2 or 3 mobile in there.
Yeah, it would have to be if you're given that type of timeline, I would imagine at least. And yeah, we are covering. We're gonna move into the for those who don't know, maybe you just tuned in, the IGN stream, so we can get that. There's supposed to be some Diablo that's gonna be presented there. Some more. I think they showed Redfall previously. But some Lies of P.
They're doing more Redfall.
And they are doing more Redfall?
So. Yeah, they are doing more Redfall too. And Cocaine Bear.
Yeah. For some reason, I don't know if I was part of some other timeline. I felt like that movie came out already.
I don't know what the deal is. I thought it was out too. Maybe it's just the marketing. I don't know. Somebody tell us in the chat.
I don't know.
Like, I don't see movies. I don't watch movies like that anymore. So
I swear I thought that movie was out already, and I started seeing more marketing for Cocaine Bear, and I was like, I haven't seen this in a while, but again, I don't watch TV like that, so it's like,
right.
Wow, really? How about some news that nobody's talking about?
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia invest more into Nintendo?
Yes, sir.
Where's the picket fences for this one?
Cocaine Bear releases next week, by the way, Steel. February 24th.
Interesting.
Yep.
They've been marketing this game for a while.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia is making Saudi Arabia is making their dive, man. They are. They own over 8% of Embracer. Right. So coming off the Embracer news, they own over 8% of Embracer, and now they've upped their stake in Nintendo to over 7%. So another foreign country, like China, getting involved in the gaming industry, in some backdoor ways, right? So again, I don't like it.
Is there going to be a line drawn here?
No.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
And again, we can have the conversation that pretty much every country's hands are dirty,
Oh yeah.
And we could certainly go down that road. That there is
I
no,
was just curious.
yeah, there's no innocent country out there. So if you really want to deep dive, we're all contributing to nefarious deeds
Mhm.
across the globe in some way or another. So, but yeah, Saudi Arabia is definitely moving in on the, which they said they were going to do, right? They said 300 million, I think, we're going to invest in gaming. So,
300 million. Yep.
and again, Nintendo's a safe investment for sure. You're going to get your returns.
Yeah, I mean that was the biggest part of what happened this week. From what I can tell, Sony is consistently still fighting the good fight, for the FTC and trying to get this deal blocked, man.
They could be meeting with Microsoft. Steel. That was the other part this week.
That is true.
The jet flew,
What?
somewhere to Redmond, and but obviously Bungie's there, so who knows? Excuse me, who knows? But that was the speculation this week, is that Sony is actually, higher ups are meeting with Microsoft and working out a deal, trying to get a deal done.
Hey, appreciate you for letting me know that, Jasper. What I think I'll do then, because he says with the IGM stream, they're going to be playing movies and TV show trailers. You might have music in it. You might get hit with a YouTube strike. What I'll do is if they play, because you do have a certain amount of time that you're allotted before they just give you a strike. If I hear music coming on, I'll just mute the stream. We'll just watch it as is. Sorry if you guys don't end up getting any commentary or anything like that. But we'll
if
still
it's
be here.
movies or TV, we don't care. But like I said, their early lineup that I looked at was Diablo,
that too.
Redfall.
That's all we care about.
And then Cocaine Bear was the last of the first lineup through the first hour. So
yeah, and that's all we're caring about. That's all we're trying to tune into off rip. So
yeah, but you just have to be careful. That's all. No big deal.
Now get back to Jim Ryan traveling the globe to try to hammer out these deals, and you do bring up a good point, Pong, of that. He could be behind the scenes trying to cut some deals with Microsoft, so they can really get this finalized. It's one of those things that where, at this point, if you're not going to be forthright about giving the information necessary to that Microsoft is asking for, and you could say, "Oh, but Microsoft being bullies and doing all these other things." I mean, but again, like what Microsoft is asking for wouldn't be too far out of the realm of what's already kind of transpired throughout this entire process as we've seen it personally. And if Sony's going to take their time trying to hand over those documents so we can see how some of those business dealings are done, so we can have a better understanding of how the gaming industry works, because it's still one of the industries where we as a consumer, and even a lot of people in the know, excuse me, don't have a full understanding on how all deals are cut, how things work behind the scenes. And this could be a prime opportunity for us to be exposed to that, which is extremely exciting. But I would imagine it's not exciting for Sony, who potentially wants to keep all those things under wrap. Now, Xbox, Microsoft, they're going to play those similar games too, right? To where they're going to put things in a certain light that works for them, but they're also going to want to make sure that they play the system as best as they can, right? Because they got top of the line lawyers, and the lawyers are going to ask the right questions. They're going to do everything in their power to make sure that they can get this deal pushed through. Again, I'm going to continue to stand on the hill, just like I am with the whole March release date for Starfield, regardless of how people feel about that. That using the educated consumer perspective, I think the deal is going to go through. Well, sure, there may be some concessions, but again, that's not the point of the deal, right? And I could always play the games of, oh, well, if it was this person, it'd be going this way, and if this was the case, then this would be happening, and certain games, we can sit here and do that all day, but at the end of it, there are more deals to be cut. Microsoft has made that be known too, and I understand that people want to say, oh, well, Microsoft is just wanting to cut more deals. I don't want this deal to go through because they can be spending money in other places, getting me games quicker, and there's really no guarantee for that. as of right now, I mean, the games that are coming out are the games that are coming out, and I don't see any other games that people are just sitting on and that are ready to go, and people just want to wait for the release. I'm just not seeing that right now, not in droves at least, as some people try to make it seem as if that's the case. If Microsoft backs out the deal, now they got $69 billion, $50 billion, whatever the case, just spend on making second and third party deals. They still got to get the first party out, because that is going to be a main driver for you, along with cutting those second and third party deals. So there has to be more on the table than that, right? Microsoft's going to do everything in their power to make sure this is going to go through. And the people who are going to want to use this opportunity as a way to kind of, on one hand, backstab Microsoft, but on the other hand, make sure that they work for it, they're going to do. So I don't really have nothing additional to add on to.
Sony's got to do this. They've burned bridges. They opened Pandora's box, right? So they can play this out. They could play it all the way out, hoping that the CMA and EC block it, because the FTC is a losing deal. And the FTC, I'm not even worried about the FTC. The FTC is a bunch of nonsense. If Microsoft has to go, Microsoft will take them all the way to court. If that's the only thing holding, and they will lose in court. Like I would bet a lot of money on that. Like we're talking in the 90 percentiles here. Okay, FTC is a worthless case because our laws are written, and what they're trying to do is way outside the laws, and it'll never hold up in federal court because there will be a judge that stops it. Even if Microsoft had to take it to the Supreme Court, eventually that thing would go through, right? So the FTC, I'm not worried about at all. It's the EC and the CMA that I always said was going to be the toughest one. EC seems a little bit more sympathetic. It seems like there's potential there for a deal. I know there's articles this week saying last ditch effort to save the deal. This nonsense. These journalists out here they're just BS, man. Bunch of clickbait shit. Not last ditch effort. There's still a lot going on behind the scenes. I think the EC is much more favorable. CMA is the one that's weird. So Sony could play this out and hope that it gets blocked, and then turn around and look at the scorched earth that they just did and hope that Bobby Kotick and Activision would come back to them and do another deal. And I've said it a billion times. I understand the people who say money talks and bullshit walks, and that it would be a money transaction, and that would happen because the partnership's too good for both, that they would not give that up. I think Sony has nuked their relationship with Activision Blizzard. They have. Go ahead.
I was going to say, because Nick was pretty much asking that same question. He says, genuinely curious, what bridge has Sony burned? Business knows no rules. It could be a hate today, something different tomorrow. Money, as always, will dictate business. Maybe I'm wrong.
And the bridge that they burned, Nick's, in my opinion, again, this is my opinion, they burned millions of dollars out of the investors' pockets at Activision by not getting this deal to go through. They're not allowing this deal to go through. If it were to get blocked, you cost investors millions and millions of dollars, guaranteed money, because Microsoft was paying so far above the share price. And if this deal does not go through, that share price is going to tank even further.
Yeah, it's going to, yeah.
So that right there, you talk about money, in my opinion, they burned money in the faces of all of Activision Blizzard's investors. Okay, they just said, ha ha ha, you guys were going to get this. Bye. You're not getting this anymore. Also, Nix, to your point, anything that Sony can offer for Call of Duty, Microsoft can offer and then some. So why would you go back to the abuser when you've got a brand new person who loves you and who will give you the same, if not more, at the end of the day, business-wise, money-wise, for those marketing rights?
Yeah. Blue Moon brings up a good point, too. Again, this is something I'm always going to go back to because it's the reality of it. Our government is letting energy companies fleece us in the UK. Blue Moon, they're doing the fucking same thing here. It's fucking crazy. It's even more like, I really wish that there was competition. I know it's more so. I know it's real bad over there,
they're getting jacked.
but yeah, let's concentrate on gaming. Again, it's like that's the other thing about this. It's like, what is the real focus here?
Yeah,
Really?
right.
Oh,
Right.
gaming is the thing that we want to make a point on, huh? But
Right.
we don't want to talk about the things that are going to actually help our consumers or the people that it's at, like a more mass majority of people that are being affected by reality.
So yeah, so I think at the end of the day, Sony looks at the big picture, knows that there is a good chance that this is going to go through one way or the other at the end of the day. So they've got they put all their chips into the table, right? Any good negotiation will always start the most hardcore stance. And so now what they're looking is, again, Jim Ryan's main play. If the deal's not going to be blocked completely, Jim's main play is buying for time. Because if he can get a contractual agreement with the most amount of time, whether that's 10 years or beyond even 10 years, because I think Microsoft will cut a deal. Anything outside of perpetuity, I think Microsoft will cut a deal with Sony to get this deal to go through because they don't care. They don't care at the end of the day. Again, this whole play about Call of Duty was nonsense from Sony's standpoint only. So they'll cut a deal, but Jim then has a concrete deadline that in business is invaluable because then you can make your business plan saying, listen, we've got at least 10 years where everything stays the status quo outside of the marketing rights. For the most part, everything stays status quo so we can plan out what we need to be so that at the end of that 10-year mark, if Microsoft decides to go, 10 years up, Call of Duty's gone, exclusive, right? If they decide to do that, and I still don't believe that's the case. I think Microsoft does look at Call of Duty like Minecraft, and I think it'll be everywhere and more. They're going to put it on Switch or the next Switch version that can handle it. They're going to put it out there everywhere. But anyways, from Jim's standpoint, he can make concrete plans business-wise of where Sony needs to be, that if that decision was made by Microsoft, they would be okay at that point. And I think that that's the biggest thing he can get out of this now. They've played all their cards. They opened up Pandora's box. Microsoft is firing back those attorneys. They're asking for all the documents. They're asking for everything. If Jim can get a deal cut, at least he has that guarantee in his back pocket, and he can go, okay, now we know what we need to do. We know where the roads lead up to that point. And then from there, it's guess, but we know where we need to be okay at that point. So I think that that's what he's trying to do right here, right?
Facts. And
If this is happening. Again, this is all speculation. Nobody knows for sure this is happening. It's a lot of reading the tea leaves, but we'll see.
and the hyperbole of people saying that, oh, well, Phil needs to be fired because games aren't selling the way that they need to be selling, and if this deal doesn't go through, then he just can't do his job, and maybe we should get rid of Matt Booty too, because nobody over there is able to handle any of the production that they got going on within game studios. They can't get games out.
Yep.
If this is the fucking thing that you're saying, you're living in La La Land. It is what it is.
Yep.
I'm not saying that Xbox is perfect. Microsoft is not perfect by any way, by any means. They are not. And they have a lot to work, and they do have a lot to work on. They're also the little brother of the gaming industry. I don't care whether other industry you want to compare them to. This is not just about software in gaming currently. You had to break through the console. Now we're getting to a place where, oh yeah, it's about that software, huh? Oh, it's about those services, huh? Oh man, we had to wait 20 years. But now y'all starting to see what we like to talk about. And that is a very dangerous conversation to have. But those aren't the conversations that are being had.
Right.
Like, I would understand that perspective if we were looking at the totality of the situation, but that's not what's happening. There's favors being played. There's examples trying to be made. And at the end of the day, again, like Paul mentioned, they could treat the entire deal like it was Minecraft, it was Mojang, and it'd still be a benefit to them.
Right.
Because again, who gets that money coming in? What's that?
Right.
It's very different.
Guaranteed money from Call of Duty.
It's very different when that 70-30 split
Yeah.
is going a completely different direction. And you determine what that split is. if you get a split, because there will be.
Yep.
But I don't know. There's just a lot. All of it is all based off of speculation, man. We can only go based off of what we've seen, what we know, what we can kind of expect. And again, I'm not no lawyer, but we do have people in the community that have talked about this. Dr. Richard Hogue, which is one of the main proponents of this. He is healing pretty well from what I understand.
Yeah, shout out to
also
Hulk, and the entire Hulk family.
And shout out to the entire squad for really just, keeping the prayers up in the air, and shout out to the community too for supporting, showing nothing but love. We were able to help, at least in my belief, him get back right, and that's such a beautiful thing to see, man. He was an integral part of this deal for sure. Since he's seen a lot of growth because of this deal. Not to say that any of his other content isn't worth it, because 1,000% is.
Oh yeah, no, he's big into true crime.
He just does good work across the board, and I gotta not necessarily live through him per se, but I gotta take his words at face value. We also have people like Luke Steel from the community, who has dealt with these people hand in hand. He's in that business and has more of an idea how they work. So got to keep all these different people who are in that business. Got to keep them in mind also, and kind of form our own opinions of what we think is going on. Because nobody's cutting us a check to say, hey, Pong Steel, how would you get this deal done?
Right.
And following suit. That's not happening.
No, that's not happening. And Nix, you were right with your previous comment. Jim Ryan earned his paycheck through this process. Again, I've said from the beginning, this is business. All's fair in love and war, and business is that. And Jim doesn't care what the rest of us think anywhere. He did what he needed to do to protect Sony's interests. And if that means kicking people in the balls, that means kicking people in the balls. He don't care. He earned his paycheck, right? He got this deal stalled. He went and used all the connections that he had over in the EU, which is extensive, because that's where he made his money with Sony, taking PlayStation to #1 over there. That's why he's in the position he's in. Hey, he went and called in all the favors, shook all the hands he needed to shake, and made his point, made his case, and found sympathetic ears over there to cause this much of a problem for this deal. So yeah, no, Jim Ryan, again, don't have to like the guy. He did what his position is meant to do, right? He protected the company. That's what he was doing.
Yeah, 1,000%. And then Nix also says, Phil is charged to our people in place of that. So yes, he is responsible. That's like saying a manager or head coach are not responsible for their team. And I mean, to touch on that too, but Phil's also come out. Every time that Phil comes out, he is the one that takes it. You know what I mean? He says, hey, it's on me that we haven't got these things together. And Hyper King brings up a good point. True, but he has his hands full of coming up with business models and future investments. Yeah, because he also, that's the other thing too. He is in a different position now. It's not like it was before. There is a lot more riding on his decisions than previous. And Nix also says, unwise to think Phil is untouchable, which I don't think anybody thinks that. Hopefully not. All it takes is a new CEO to take over. MS and perception can change overnight. It's happened before.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, and of course, but right now, there is nobody else to lead them in the proper direction other than Phil, because he has his head on straight for where the industry is kind of moving, right? He is placing a bet. Him and Sati are placing a bet, because Sati is also involved. That's the thing that you cannot forget about. Phil was able to get Sati 1,000% invested in gaming. Where does that go? Show me, Phil.
All of you talking about, again, Phil's nowhere as close to being. Again, I've said that there's got to be questions asked. The whole 343 mess, there's got to be questions asked. And it starts at the top with Phil. It absolutely does. Again, I said one of Phil's greatest qualities and one of his worst qualities is his loyalty to people. And it showed up at 343. He rolled with people for way too long that caused some issues. But people, I think Nixon and everybody's kind of speaking more to the community that doesn't want to hear any questioning of any of that whatsoever. I think there are questions to be asked, and I think it's very fair questions to be of everybody. Nobody is outside of the box at all. And Ray Oid said another CEO could be bad for Xbox. Absolutely. If it happened right now, Ray, if Satya stepped down for whatever reason and they put it could be very bad. That's why you want Xbox you need Xbox to get, if you're an Xbox fan, if you want Xbox in the gaming industry, Xbox has to become so intertwined with Microsoft in other ways, like the Azure servers and all of that, that a new CEO could not come in and say, you know what, we don't need gaming. Because that could happen. That almost happened before in the past. Why is Xbox in gaming, right? Remember Phil had to convince Satya at one point, why is Xbox in gaming? Because back then it wasn't intertwined. That's what Phil has started to do, is to get Xbox into Microsoft's corporation as a whole, as a key player. And you got to have that solidified so that the day that Satya steps down, a new CEO can't come in and say, yeah, we really don't need that. No, you need this new CEO to come in and go, we need you guys. We need Xbox to be around. So,
all right, ladies and gentlemen, Fanfest is upon us. Hopefully you guys can see this coming through pretty clean. I have not enabled. I'm gonna enable the audio real quick.
Questions.
So yeah, I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. Let me know how that sounds for you guys.
A certain history.
Okay. Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among.
Again, our main focus is here is going to be Diablo, Redfall,
Rock.
and anything else is game
Liza
related.
P.
Liza P. Thank you.
Redfall. Girls Online. Liza P. Tons more. But first,
But this is us tuning in to Fanfest.
Open Cinematic.
Oh,
Fest starts now.
it's the live premiere of the opening cinematic Diablo.
Sanctuary was never meant for humankind. It was forged as a refuge from the war between the high heavens and the burning hells. Instead, it became a new battle, this eternal conflict.
That might be me, Nix.
Called the Haradrim has kept mortals safe. But now this once powerful order is a husk of what it was. And Sanctuary's ancient creators have returned to claim the hearts of humankind. This is the story.
Hopefully that sounds a little bit better. Let me know. And again, this is Fanfest.
Can you move us to the side, Steel, or does that screw up everything?
Yeah, I can move. Just saying, make it small.
Yeah, maybe make us a little bit smaller, maybe. Keep us...
Oh,
That's fine too, as long as it can hear us.
do that.
What is this? I'm still trying to figure out what this is.
Diablo.
It doesn't look like Diablo.
They said it was Diablo.
Did they?
Yeah, they said it's the opening cinematic for Diablo. Live premiere. It's supposed to be the opening cinematic for Diablo, Ray. Supposed to be. Unless I misheard them wrong. There goes the Diablo-esque of it. There has been gameplay previously, controller sports, for Diablo, but we may get something here today. Looks like we are. But they're pulling out.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to IGN Fanfest. I'm Akeem Lawanson here with Damon Hatfield and Alex Stedman, and you just got an exclusive first look at the intro cinematic for Diablo 4. But there's more where that came from, and in just a minute, we have some big news from the game's director.
But FanFest is way more than just Diablo. For the next 3 hours, we're bringing you a non-stop celebration of the biggest names in games and entertainment, and it's all powered by you, the fans.
FanFest 2023 is jam-packed with never-before-seen gameplay, trailers, and interviews with people making the coolest stuff on Earth, and we brought them all together in one great place just for you.
And we've got some awesome goodies as a thank you for watching. Now, throughout FanFest, we'll be giving away tons of free game codes in the chat, so keep an eye out for that because it's first come, first serve. Now, of course, friendly reminder, you can also get free games by signing up for IGN Rewards.
If you want a recap of any of the amazing moments
Well, that was
from
an
today's
interesting
show, check
start.
out IGN on TikTok for more. If any of the games we showed off caught your
No,
eye,
it definitely was.
you
I
can
mean,
find it on
again, you guys were
IGN's
saying
Steam
that you didn't even know that it was going to be, that it wasn't Diablo. It didn't seem like it. So it's already opening different.
Yeah.
And we'll also be hanging out with the absolute
Next is
maniacs
Redfall.
responsible for
Oh, now,
Cocaine Bear,
guess
Swing
more
6,
about
and
Diablo.
Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among
Yeah, he's
Thieves.
gonna.
And
I think we're gonna get
if you're
Rod.
looking for big shows to binge, we're sitting down with the folks behind Star Trek Picard, Young Rock, and Trigun Stampede.
If that Diablo 4 cinematic left you wanting more, don't move a muscle, because we've got some inside info on what's new in Blizzard's long-awaited sequel in this beloved series. Check it out.
I'm Ryan McCaffrey, one of IGN's biggest Diablo fans. I am extraordinarily excited for Diablo 4, and I am very pleased to be joined right now here at IGN FanFest by Joe Shelley, the game director on Diablo 4. Joe, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
All
I was gonna say, somebody had their
Diablo
audio doubled up on their
cinematics,
end.
We're no stranger to them being beautiful from the Blizzard Cinematics team, but you've got a new trick up your sleeve this time. Your actual custom created character is in the cinematics. Can you please tell us
that's
how
dope.
that came to be?
Yeah, that's right. So we knew that in Diablo 4, we wanted to offer much more character customization than we'd offered in previous Diablo titles. The artist
excited
did such a great job. The characters look so incredible, close up, from all different camera angles, that we knew that they needed to be part of the actual cinematics that you're experiencing, right? So as you're playing through the campaign, you're going through a mix of gameplay to conversations with NPCs to dynamic combat
That
moments.
is pretty cool. Their
and
customer
part of that
creation is much
these
better than
cinematics.
Than it's ever been.
And so we thought it was incredibly important for the character that you create, your character, who is actually taking part in all of this action, to be featured in the cinematics. And so we were able to, fortunately, with our engine and our tools and our artists coming together, especially our lighting team, really knocked it out of the park. We were able to get the cinematics to incorporate your character in a way that feels totally fluid. So you're playing the game and you're seeing yourself right there with those characters as the story is playing out.
And what's wild about it to me, as somebody that's been playing games my whole life, like we've gotten used to seeing our characters.
Yeah, Diablo 4 is gonna sell a brick load.
Cinematics, but this looks like it's all pre-rendered. Like it's your character in a
We're at a point, ladies and gentlemen, where cinematics and actual gameplay are
We did, yeah. It's part of
pretty much the same
engine that runs Diablo
I love
4, and the art team really just delivered in an incredible way, from the lighting and the scenes to all of the props and the environments.
Stupidness.
I think it looks phenomenal, and I can't wait for players to check it out.
Now, story-wise, no surprise that cutscene kind of sets up a pretty bleak game. But story is something, at least from my experience in the press beta back in December, you guys seem like you're really doubling down, making an extra conscious effort with story compared to, I mean, I guess just the most recent Diablo mainline game, Diablo 3. Can you kind of speak to that for a minute about
I wonder if they make the June
real
6th
focus that the team
smoke out
clearly
there.
has?
I
on
mean,
story
I hope
here?
so.
We are, yeah.
I
With
really hope
Diablo
so. They can
4,
get it
we
out
really
before
wanted to
E3.
take our storytelling in the Diablo series to the next
Go
level.
in with
You
a
know,
lot of
the Diablo world,
heat off of that.
world
Oh,
of
that'd be-
Sanctuary,
See.
all of the lore of Diablo is so rich and so interesting that we really felt like we could spend more time telling interesting stories. And one of the things that Diablo 4 does in particular is that it tells stories about people who are living in the world of Sanctuary, right? Obviously, there are angels with Inarius, and there are demons, and there are these supernatural forces that exist in this world, but characters of Sanctuary are the most interesting ones to follow, and you'll be right there along with them, both through the campaign, which is quite extensive, 30 hours or more of gameplay
30
for
hours or more of
players. There's
campaign.
tons of side quests that build out the world even
Some
more,
gameplay right here.
and really put a lot of effort into Diablo 4, more effort than we've ever done before.
You can probably guess what I'm going to ask you next, because it's not often that we get to talk to you. We got a release date at the Game Awards, and thus the next natural question, do you want to ask it for me right here and then go ahead and answer it?
Since we announced that we would be doing a beta for Diablo 4, people have been asking, when is the beta? I think someone asked me, what is my favorite beta date? As a way to try to get an answer. And I'm incredibly excited because we're going to announce it today, right now.
Oh, wow.
Now, remember, of course, that the game itself is coming out on June 6th, and you're going to be able to play the
6th.
beta on March 17th
March
through March
17th.
19th. So that weekend, if you've pre-ordered, right?
Yeah.
That is when
If
get
you
access to the
pre-ordered.
early access beta. Now,
Yeah,
everyone,
that was part of the
everyone
pre-order.
in the world will be able to play it on March 24th through March 26th.
March
the
24th for
following
everybody.
weekend there. So pre-order, you get
Next month.
access to an extra weekend, and everyone gets to play the weekend after.
And then if you're in that early access weekend, does everything get wiped and you're going to start over during that open weekend, or is everything, do you get preserved for that following weekend?
No, it'll carry over between weekends, but
Nice.
obviously the character progress during the beta will get wiped before release. We want everyone to start with a fair playing.
Chad, who's
And of
getting
course,
Diablo?
It's going to be
Who's
available
interested?
on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation systems. And the beta itself, it's quite extensive. It's quite a significant look at the game, right? So it is limited by that period of time, right? Like the servers will shut down at the end of that time.
Yeah.
But there's no time limit within the game. You can level all the way up to 25,
Ooh, okay.
which is quarter of the way to the level cap of 100 in the full game. You'll be able to play all the way through the prologue. You'll be able to play through Act 1, which takes place in Fractured Peaks, one of our 5 areas in the game. And you'll be able to play through all of the campaign and side quests that exist in that area. So there's quite a lot to check out.
Oh, love
Again,
that.
up to level
Now,
25.
In
That's
my
interesting.
experience covering games for a long, long time now, a lot of times when we see these betas,
It's supposed to be full
nowadays,
crossplay, too.
They take place like
Supposed
a
to be.
month before release at the earliest, and they're kind of more like, for all intents and purposes, demos. But you're actually leaving enough time here to incorporate actual player feedback.
You see, presented by
You're doing this
PS5.
in March. So what are
Yes,
some of
sir.
the things that you're going to be watching for when players get their hands on the beta, and how much actual meaningful feedback do you expect to incorporate into the final game?
This beta is happening far enough ahead of launch, and there are 2 reasons to do that. One, of course, we want to test our server infrastructure. We want to make sure that the game is actually ready for everyone to play at launch. We want everyone to have the best experience possible at launch. And 2, it's another opportunity to test our balance, our game's balance, right? So we're going to be able to look at the data from this, even
Now
though
I have to
it's
decide if
an
I'm going to
early look,
pre-order
players
here,
aren't going to
Steel.
be
God dang it.
experiencing the end game in
I'm gonna wait.
this beta. It will give
I'm
us
the- I-
valuable information for class
I don't like when
valuable information
I'm fin-
for how fun various quests are. We've got more information about the details of the beta. I touched on them a little bit, but if you tune in on February 28th, we're going to be doing our second developer live stream. And so we'll have more information about the beta then.
Excellent. All right, Joe, so we are just about a month away. Is there anything else about this beta coming up that we should know?
Beta's for
that we should
2
be on the
days.
lookout for when we play it?
Knicks.
We were talking about the cinematic the opening cinematic earlier, which features your character, but you should know that there are a bunch of those in the game, and you're going to get to see a number of them during the beta. So that's not the only one, and there's some really cool stuff in there.
Well, Joe, I don't know if I'll get to talk to you again before you ship this game. So thank you in advance to you and the team for pushing hard in the final stretch, because it's, for me personally, I've been playing Diablo since the first game, so which makes me old. But I had like I told you earlier, I had an absolute blast. Like, I was trying to explain it to somebody of why this game feels good and feels like Diablo 2 kind of good. And I can't quite explain why, which is not great because it's my job to explain why. But you're clearly on the right path for me. So thanks for
darker.
the next,
what it
4
is.
5 months of
Diablo's
I'm
Diablo.
sure it'll be super
What it needs
hard
to be.
work, because I can't wait to play the final game.
Well, I appreciate it. Fixing bugs and getting the game ready. So we're just as excited to get it out.
Sounds like they're
and to
sure.
have
Sounds
people
like
get
it's a
the
June
chance
date.
to play all the
I mean,
work
again, you're getting a beta.
That was Diablo 4. Now, if you're more interested in slaying vampires
I don't know.
and demons, please stick around, because coming up, we're checking out Redfall. IGN Fanfest will continue after this break.
Sounds like Liza P got moved and they're not going to do it till later. So
Possibly.
after
I'm
Redfall,
gonna mute.
Dungeon and Dragons.
I'm gonna mute it for now. So I mean, like, how did y'all feel about the Diablo trailer, man? Well, what they showed for Diablo. They gave us the opening cinematic for the game, and also information about a beta.
And confirm that your customized character will be in those cutscenes.
That too, cool. which is something that's extremely dope. For me, I don't know if I'm going to be able, if I'm going to jump into the beta. It's really going to depend, right? What games are out, what's happening, whatever the case. For me, the only reason why I wouldn't jump in the beta is because your stuff's not going to carry over.
Right.
Which that kind of makes it pointless for me, especially because I'm somebody that doesn't like playing through things multiple times unless I'm already in that experience, right? Diablo, of course, is one of those things like, oh yeah, we're gonna run this over and over again, to a certain extent. But you're also progressing through that. If I'm gonna get to 25 and then I gotta get to 25, like again, like I don't know. It's just, but it is dope that they are at least letting it carry over from the closed beta.
Mm-hmm.
So for those who purchase it early, whatever the case,
right,
you have access to it then. But then also go moving into the open beta, everything carries over. So for those who will invest that time, you can help out your friends level up. You know, different people can jump in, get an experience. You get to try out different characters. It's gonna be really dope. If anything, that does at least double down a little bit on my hype for Diablo, because they do seem confident. And again, of course, you're not going to come out and say, "Oh yeah, we're worried about our date." But even with everything considered, the game, from what I could tell, looked like pretty good.
Everything we've seen. Now that there's been smoke that they're crunching, that a delay is inevitable.
Could be the case.
Started hearing that. We've heard that they are cutting content. That's been some of the smoke out there. Again, I don't put a whole lot of value in that. It's coming from one person on, I think it was Reddit. It was a Starfield leaker too. So we'll see what happens. I was hoping that this was going to be later, so I could make the decision. But I'm hoping that we'll have Starfield news by that point, so I can make a decision. Because again, if Starfield's not coming out until June, I don't know how much Diablo I'm going to get into, and I don't know if I pre-order it, right? I don't know if I actually dive into it, because I know, again, I'm not stupid. For me, Starfield's going to drop, and that's all I'm playing. I'm not playing Diablo, okay? As much as I want to play Diablo, it's my second most anticipated launch this year. I'm not going to be playing. I'm playing Starfield. So I got to decide on that, because, again, I want the big addition to Diablo, which is $100. And I just don't know. Like, as a budget gamer, I got to plan this shit out and see if I'm going to commit. Now, if it comes out and we get in Starfield prior to Diablo, then maybe I will be pre-ordering and jumping into the beta. So we'll see. The open beta, again, folks, you get it 1 weekend early. You get an early weekend if you pre-order. Otherwise, you're going to have an open beta for everybody the following weekend. So you don't have to pre-order to get into the beta. You just get an extra weekend out of the deal. So I'm definitely hyped. Again, Diablo is my second most anticipated game this year. Easy. So I want to try out the classes. I want to figure out if I'm going back to my old school sorceress again and see how it plays this time around. So I'm interested.
No, 100%. If anything, that's just. I mean, again, I'm reassured about Diablo. I'm probably going to play it day one, but it is going to depend on what's around. So, but I if anything, that definitely helped me out. How did you guys feel about that? Was it enough to keep your taste wet?
Oh, pause.
No pause.
Jesus
No pause, Pong. There's no pause involved. Is your mouth moist now? Hyperkeen X3 says, Pong Soul, you got Cash App? I will pay for your $100 edition.
Are you serious, Hyper? Man, I love this community. You're incredible, bro.
You're a crazy fella, Hyperkeen. I greatly appreciate you. I'll let Pong decide whether he'll do that again. I'm not. That's against any. I won't hold that against anybody. That's dope as fuck. Somebody wants you. They know that you care about something. They're willing to, willing to invest a little bit. I think that's a dope opportunity for sure. It looks like they're trying to show some Spider-Man 2 off right now. They're showing the same trailers again. The PlayStation is already high. It's already started ramping up that marketing. They started doing it in Japan. Start selling people on the vision of Spider-Man 2. Again, I'm excited for it. Venom is one of my favorite characters in Marvel on the villain side. Some Starfield. Looks like the same gameplay though. Looks like they're just going through different games, anticipated games possibly presented by TikTok. Whether you guys care for that or not. Said hashtag let's play. I don't know if they're playing any music or anything like that. I'm trying to.
Who knows? His infernal throne lies vacant. All that stands between
Got an RTS?
you and eternal power is hell itself.
Bilal.
Use dark rituals to curse your rivals. Torment them with clever insults and demands. Gather your praetors and marshal your infernal legions. Know your enemies and plot their downfall. After all, what is hell? But other
Solium Infernum, strategy game from hell. It actually looked kind of interesting. I ain't gonna lie. Only on Steam.
Howdy, friends. Ryan McCaffrey and Miranda Sanchez from Podcast Unlocked. We are here every Wednesday bringing you all the talk about everything going on in the world of Xbox. One of those big topics of conversation in 2023, Miranda, is Redfall, a game we are quite excited about. You in particular are very amped for this one.
Yes, absolutely. Vampires slaying with friends in an open world.
Right, so we're getting Redfall, huh?
So this comes out of Arcane, which is a studio that is very
Looks like-
storied for excellent stories and excellent world building. They've worked on Dishonored in the past, of course Deathloop, which was a huge game coming out somewhat recently, and of course now their next one is a big open world vampire hunting game. And still, even though it is open world, one of the most exciting things about it is that it does stay true to its Arcane roots of having a solid story.
Yeah, and it seems like it's still got that sort of emergent gameplay that Arcane's known for, where kind of anything can happen and you can approach a situation in any number of different ways, but vampires.
Yes, exactly.
Lots of guns in this one too, compared to other Arcane games, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing that we've learned about it so far, is that every time they do a game, they want to try something different. And I think there's still a lot to learn about here. Obviously, we haven't gotten our hands on it, so we're just kind of going off the promise of their excellent, portfolio of games at this point. But there's still lots to learn about how all these mechanics work together, and of course how they can come together to tell that big story.
Well, let's learn a little bit more right now about Redfall, courtesy of Podcast Unlock's own Stella Chung, who got to sit down with one of the developers of Redfall. Let's take a watch.
What is this place? It's like the weirdest dream.
You're not supposed to be here.
Hey y'all, I'm
Stella Chung, joined by Ben Horn, production director on Redfall. Ben, thank you so much for joining
Production
us.
director.
Thanks for having me. I'm stoked to be here.
So we have a
Very
lot
different.
of burning questions, so I'm just going to get right into it. During the developer direct, we got a glimpse of what the loot is like in Redfall. What were some of the considerations taken when implementing a loot-based system, and can you discuss if you were looking at any other looter shooters to draw inspiration from?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we wanted to make a game where players could instantly feel comfortable with some of the pieces of gear and equipment that they were finding. Assault rifles and shotguns, sniper rifles that could all have rarity included in them that unlock traits that allow you to play a little bit differently. But we also wanted to take a unique spin on that by adding vampire hunting weapons into the game. These are like flare guns and stake launchers, UV beams. These help to defeat the vampires in a very unique way, because in Redfall, vampires can't be defeated by only bullets. They need something special. And so a stake launcher, for instance, can really shoot from a distance and defeat a vampire when they're vulnerable. And that really allows for players to scour the world, look for the weapon that they really want, how they want to play, and allows them to be expressive in that way when taking on the vampire threat.
So not only did you put a lot of thought into that, but also you mentioned it was mentioned in the developer direct that every nook and cranny of the game's playable area was handcrafted. So can you discuss what those might have challenged you, as well as what it meant overall for development?
You know, we had this aspirational goal to deliver the biggest, most ambitious setting that we ever have. And we knew that with that, we wanted to maintain the things about Arcane's DNA that we love, things about our games in the past that we really appreciate. Environmental storytelling, strong kind of narrative throughput in the world so that the world feels lived in, it feels worth saving. And so as we took on this challenge to make such a huge open world, we wanted to make sure that every home that players walked into, a convenience store, had readables. There are thousands and thousands of lines of readables in the game that tell the story of Redfall leading up, you know, the months and weeks and days leading up to the events of Redfall. And we think that's one of the things that sets the game apart. And is something that's really special.
It's hard to see a brand new looter shooter enter the fray without players drawing comparisons to others on the market. So what is Redfall doing for players that set it apart from the competition, for a lack of a better word?
Redfall is a game where
I'm so
players will
excited
have
for
the
Redfall.
opportunity to really move through the world in a way that they are comfortable with.
That gunplay
Players
look better.
that wanna move through the
I like
world
the way
in
that submachine gun shoot.
fast-paced action, guns blazing type of.
I like the way that they are.
style
Yeah.
Are certainly going to find that when they play Redfall. Players that take a more stealth, methodical, or observational approach.
They made some adjustments.
Rewarding play styles coming out.
That
of the
gameplay looked punchier than the previous
you know, for
gameplay that
instance, in our
they
game,
demonstrated.
It's not uncommon to hear an explosion in the distance.
That didn't.
and
That was from the old
wonder,
gameplay.
okay,
That
what's
shotgun
happening?
does not look like it
Go
feels
to that
good.
area and two factions are fighting one another, and that's not always scripted. Sometimes that just happens systemically in the game, and then you have a choice: do I jump in the fray? Do I sneak around the side, grab some loot, and get out? There's benefits and pros and cons to all of those.
Oh, I love it. Arcane speaking my language.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that this is going to be one of their standout games versus their other
why
games.
was the idea of a looter shooter implemented instead of a game like Left 4 Dead with survival aspects and modding for replayability?
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, we Left 4 Dead is an awesome game, but we wanted to make something different. We wanted to make something that we feel like has the Arcane DNA that we
Exactly what I talked about this whole time. Arcane DNA.
Dishonored 2, Prey, most recently Deathloop. You could think of all of those games almost like a Venn diagram where they overlap in really key areas or critical areas that we like to tell stories in games, and we like to make games that
I like
have a
the
rich,
way
coherent
that AR
story,
kind of shoot.
systems that players can exploit and they can use.
Yeah, technically, Ray, this is their this would be their passion project. Yes,
we went a little bit stealth, and for Prey, we really focused on physics. And
but I also think that this is going to be more of a true standout for them versus like a Prey or a Deathloop. I think this is going to be one that may pull people in on all
Or was
facets.
there a stage of evolution that led the game to become what it is today?
Yeah, it has always been designed.
There's not very many good vampire games. The only other good vampire game
parts.
Right now,
starting a game
it's
like
Blood
this,
Hunt,
something
and that's
new.
only
I think
available
it's
on
natural
PlayStation.
to make games, and maybe
Unfortunately.
made a few, that
Vampire
fit a certain
Masquerade
mold,
Blood Hunt.
and to want to say we want to take what we love here and we want to break the mold, making a large,
Which is a shame it's not everywhere, because that's it's a really dope battle royale. It can get sweaty, but it's dope. I like what they do with
how did you
vampires.
guys approach balancing single
Their
player
approach.
character builds while making them all viable for multiplayer? And
It's a good
why
question.
the 4-player aspect specifically with Redfall?
That was another part of taking on something new. Was not only can we go bigger, but can we make an experience, an true arcane experience that you can play with your friends. So the focus has been on supporting all of those play styles. When you play single player in Redfall, you are playing by yourself. There's no AI squad mates. And then you can add friends
completely
up
by
to
yourself.
a 4-player squad.
Yep.
And
As I said
what
from
we
the
found
beginning.
is as you add more and more of your friends, the game kind of takes on this almost like a party mode when you're playing. There's a lot of fun, a lot of action, a lot of ways that your skills and abilities can play with your squad mates. And it makes for just a really, really great time. But it has been very difficult to be able to strike that balance. And also, when you're playing with friends, you can actually go to the 4 corners of the map. We don't tether people, so if you
Oh, they're
wanted
good.
to
So
go
great.
around and kind of, it's pretty cool. Yeah, when you're in a squad,
You don't have to play
the
together.
system gives you kind of a buff of staying together, and it helps you fight the vampires. But you can walk away from one another, and you don't have that buff, but you do have the freedom of exploration. You kind of take on different objectives if you'd like. It's a really, really cool system that allows for players to kind of be expressive with how you want to play with your friends. You don't have to just be all locked together if you don't want, but there is a benefit. We encourage people to kind of come together.
So you've specified that Redfall will be more like Far Cry than Left 4 Dead. So how will that be reflected with
Yeah, options, 100%.
the story?
That's what they're giving you.
Playing Redfall and
That's
the
arcane.
experience that is similar, I guess, in other open world experiences is that as you move through the world, there's no loading screens.
Yeah, we're not going to do the whole show, Go.
Open world areas, any of the open
Oh no, this thing's going on for like 3 hours.
Yeah,
Let's get
nah.
through this. Yeah, they
See what other games that they show.
They're moving on to
each of
movies
those
and
big
stuff.
maps has neighborhoods inside of it. And like we talked about the developer direct, players are going to be challenged to find safe houses in those neighborhoods and complete safe house missions to then free that neighborhood and kind of take that back from the vampires. That provides rewards and things for the player that then allow them to be able to advance through the story. And with
Looks like Pong from another universe.
and kind of choosing when and where to take on certain missions, playing with
From an alternate timeline. That's in an alternate timeline. Pong is the is the production developer for Redfall.
Thank you so much for answering all of our burning questions.
take
Ben,
that.
and for joining us. We cannot wait to play your game. And
No, that's
speaking of,
definitely
you'll be
interesting.
Able to play Redfall on May 2nd on Xbox and PC.
May 2nd. Oh, what are they showing here? Oh, Xbox.
New gameplay.
Oh,
This is
okay.
Redfall. Yep.
Something wicked dark is coming.
They took over the hospital almost immediately. Like they planned it.
You sent people to Ava. Folks out there
Environments
are
look
dead
absolutely
because
amazing.
of what you did.
They took my child.
The sun. Is it only covered up here, or is it dark everywhere else too?
You know what happened at the shelter. You think that can't happen here?
Good taste. This is how you pull me in. That's how you pull me in. There you go. Demonstrate the game. I do like their take on vampires, man. It's more mythical, more supernatural feeling. They're not just humans with super fast abilities and trying to bite your neck. They really feel ominous. They feel like they're from hell. You know, it's like has that type of feeling to it.
What is this place? It's like the weirdest dream.
Yeah, May. May 2nd, I think.
This is a broadcast for the people of Redfall. Find a weapon. Defend yourselves.
Going up.
Ah, shit. The whole world is changing. Starting with
Looks like the AI something that they take from Souls games, where the AI reacts to what you do. Like if you go to reload, the AI will be more aggressive. I want to see how AI evolves in games, and that sticks out to me. Not just them being overpowered to it.
There seem to be warring factions.
Everywhere but please.
That should be the new trailer ending.
Everywhere
That
but
was a look at Redfall coming to Xbox Series
That would be
and PC
fun.
later this spring.
so
Now, I'm
petty.
not sure who wished upon a
Oh,
star
it'd
for
be
a
so
Soulsborne
petty.
game based on the
Yeah,
classic
Knicks.
fairy
That's
tale
100% a fact.
Great news,
Not enough
your
supernatural
wish
games out
came
there.
True. Here's
It was a good
Liza
trailer.
P right here on IGN Fan
Liza P.
Oh, we are doing Liza P. Okay, all right.
This is one I'm probably most excited about. Especially with it coming into Game Pass, man.
A fool craves acceptance.
I mean, I was going before when they originally said the game, we even got a Game Pass announcement. So I already said I was going to be day one, but what we see from this game and what they've done with the Pinocchio story,
Chatter their empty praises. They're
that's what I'm excited about.
The truth, blind to my vision.
This is at 1080p. Hopefully we do get a date. Hopefully we do.
Is it not?
Hope we get 4K video after this. It's over with.
This blessing for those who dare seize it. This key to a new paradigm, a new world. This moment to silence the fools forever. This is Soon they'll praise me. If they dare speak at all.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. That's August. That's not a bad time. And it's releasing on everything. What's coming to the Game Pass? Would be cool if they start doing Grimm's Fairy Tales as games if this is successful. That is what I'm, bro. That is a perfect. There's no. Those are the things we gotta touch on.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long? I just want answers. IGN.
Yes, Liza P. I'm gonna go ahead and mute that. Talk Ragnarok or whatever. Liza P. is based on the story of Pinocchio. It's their take on the story of Pinocchio. What's crazy is this isn't coming from FromSoft either, so it's going to be interesting to see what their take on this style of game is. It says a lot of more so Demon Souls has that more of a look to it as far as the aesthetic and everything, and it also definitely has its own personal feel to it, its own personal flair to it, also with the puppeteering aspect. Especially, I want to know whatever those vines were that were taking him over, and does this dude have control, or is like what is this? What is Geppetto in this? Like, what are we doing?
All right.
Excuse me.
So, Steel, what'd you think about what we saw?
So was that it? Or was it just a trailer for it?
Yeah.
I'll continue to let that run in the background, see what happens. But yeah, I mean, I think so far, I mean, just between what we saw from Redfall and then Liza P, we got something to be excited about for sure. Redfall definitely that trailer pulled me in a little bit more than the previous trailers have. It was a good trailer overall, good, seemed like good representation of the game. I think as long as they keep that style of marketing up, and the fact that they are being kind of aggressive with talking about the game, definitely leads to credence that they feel comfortable about it. Again, that's something that you have to consider. And the game could come out and just be half-assed. Who knows? But I just don't anticipate that with all the interest from the developers themselves when they speak on it, right? So that's what I'll base off of that. And then Lies of P, that trailer also did something else to sell me into it. The fact that it's coming to Game Pass is one of those things. It's just like, how can you be mad at it? It's like a robbery, bro. Like, it looks like it's going to be a quality game. It's right up my alley. Again, there's so many of these Souls-like games that are releasing, and we'll see how much of a Souls-like it truly is. I think a lot of the times when people say that now, it's more so of the, it's definitely they're referring to the style more so maybe than the difficulty, with how the gameplay mechanics kind of work, how the character moves, the over the top grotesque monsters and things of that nature. Yeah, man. It's definitely something that looks like it's going to be exciting. What you think? What did you? How you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, I love to look at Diablo. Love hearing about the beta. I think that's what I was waiting on, and the customization of characters, and that those customization characters are going to be in the game is very cool as well. So that was a big piece for me there. Again, I can't wait to get my hands on this game. I can't wait to jump in. My second most anticipated game. Redfall, again, I've been sold since day one because it's Arcane. I love Arcane, but every time they show it, and again, I've said from the beginning that Arcane games do not show well. People always have questions. What is this game? What exactly is going on? All of that always comes up when they show off their games, and this one has been no different because there's been a lot of people like you, Steel, that still are on the fence about whether or not it's going to be a game for them. So the more they show this off, the better it is, the more chance they have of more people going, okay, now I'm starting to get this. This right here, even though it was short compared to what we've seen previously, did a great job. Like you said, it was a great trailer. You thought you saw some of the guns feeling a little bit more punchy. Again, until you actually get your hands on the controller, we're not going to know about that kind of, it's a feel thing. But again, the environments in this game in Redfall are freaking phenomenal. And Arcane's art style is also a thing that's not for everybody. It's not going to be that realistic look. So a lot of people dismiss it out of the gate when they see it. I think this game looks freaking beautiful. This looks like a current gen game to me from what I'm seeing on screen. Some people may deny that. To me, it does because I know what Arcane's art styles are like. Go back and play Dishonored 2, then look at Redfall trailer in 4K. You can see the bar being raised for them. And again, that's not what Arcane games are about anyways. It's about the mechanics, about all the different options that they give you within the game to approach a certain objective. And they talked about it here today. If you're going to go stealth, single player, you're going to have a whole different experience than you are when you go that multiplayer co-op, right? That is what Arcane games are about. You can attack those objectives from different angles, from different paths. And again, if you're playing single player, it's going to be a whole different experience. But I keep telling people, they built this game from the ground up as the single player experience first so that you have that classic Arcane game, and now have built this co-op experience around that as well, which is just going to add another layer. I am in love with Redfall. I can't wait to play it May 2nd. I'm going to be in it. I mean, again, if Starfield's out in April, then we'll see. But Redfall is a day one play for me at the end of the day, barring Starfield being there that early. So I'm excited for Redfall, and I thought they did a great job here. Liza P. Looks gorgeous. Love the idea, like you were talking about, Steel, taking a classic narrative like Pinocchio, flipping it on its head, giving a whole new spin with this, kind of Victorian era style, steampunk look to it and feel to it. Love that. Now, again, Souls game, I'll have to see about it. Again, Elden Ring was the first Souls game that I got into. And we know why. It was an open world exploration type game. This looks more classic Souls-like. Now they could add accessibility features, which was another topic that came up again this week because somebody decided to write an article. Number one, it's up to the developers to do what they want to do. If they want to make their games hard, I have zero problem with it. If it's a game that's not for me, it's not for me. I go on with my business. I can still appreciate the art style. I can still appreciate the look. I can still appreciate watching people play those games. I watch people play Souls. I watch people play Bloodborne after I tried getting into them. Loved watching it because everything about those worlds I love. Liza P, no different. If you give me accessibility features that's going to make this game a little bit easier for somebody like myself, I'm all in. I'm going to be playing this game. It's Game Pass. I'm going to try it no matter what. But I'll be all in if you give me those features. If not, if it is too Souls-like for me and I just can't do it, so be it. I'm still going to appreciate the game for what it was. And it looks like the studio trying to do this, trying to take aspects obviously influenced by the Souls genre, but introducing the Pinocchio story in a completely different way. I think it looks super cool. I think this game has the potential to be huge. And I can't wait to see more from Liza P actually once it drops into Game Pass. So great showing today. Again, couldn't ask for much more out of 3 games like that. So yeah, no, I liked what I saw here, Steel.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's one of those things to where, because I saw Def Leppard just mention it. It was talking about the ponies hating on Redfall.
Yeah, whatever.
And there is an audience that definitely has made it known that Redfall is not the type of game for them, and they don't understand why people are hyping it. Which is, I mean, again, you have to decide what's for you and what's not. But I don't think that downplaying a game is saying that, oh, it doesn't look next gen enough to me. Again, there's a lot more that goes into something being of a new generation or being of a different ilk than just graphics, right? I think we could say. I mean, again, people always go back to Rise and other older games that weren't in their best light when they released, but were very visually appealing games, although it may be at a lower resolution. That's not always all what all matters in a lot of games, especially in the game. Did you actually know that Fanfest is muted? I didn't know that. I muted them just now so we weren't dealing with their audio in the background, and whatnot, so we can have a conversation. And they're showing Cocaine Bear right now, so it's kind of like whatever.
Yeah, we're not doing movies. So.
Yeah, I'm not about to cover Cocaine Bear. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and close out of that so it stops eating up at my data. Speaking, but it's something that it's going to be a different type of game. And again, yes, this trailer, this most recent display of what they had from what they showed of Redfall, it did was like, okay, I see what you're doing. Again, it's going to be a Game Pass. I'm not going to have to pay $60 to $70 on a game that I'm questioning, because in the past, me questioning it would have been me passing on it. And this is a prime opportunity, again, for me to enjoy a game that I probably may have not enjoyed previously. And if I can get 40 to 50 hours out of it between single player and co-op, because I wasn't even anticipating this game being of some upper echelon, that's a fucking W for me and my pockets.
Right.
That's how at least I look at it. Nick says, I didn't know someone was hating on Redfall. I mean, yeah, a lot of people are hating on it, man. They're saying, oh, it's not of the visual quality that you come to expect. I mean, that's also where the conversation has kind of led this week with all the different things that we talked about earlier before we got into FanFest. People want Xbox to be at a certain quality bar. But it also has to be their quality bar, which is 2 different conversations. Because I can say that Xbox has been doing quality things. If we're only going to talk about first party, then I can understand why you feel that experience isn't there for you. Why you feel like you can go to other platforms to get what you need. I got you. I don't necessarily feel that way. Again, I also make it very known that, yeah, I got a PC. Yeah, I have a Series X. There are people that tell you that, oh, if you have a PC, then why do you have a Series X? Because there's still games. Like, I just got done playing BDO for almost another 100 hours recently that are not full crossplay between PC and the consoles. I still like to have a console. It's ease of use. I can keep it hooked up to my TV. I'm most of the time on a console. I am playing on a bigger screen unless I'm trying to record or something else of that nature, or we're playing something competitively or whatever the case may be. There is a point to have a console. Don't let people try to undermine your value either. And then you have to understand what you want as a gamer. If these things aren't what you want, then hey, stop supporting Xbox. And then you're correct, and then the question goes into, oh, well, I just want them to do better. No, you don't. They obviously don't make the type of games you're looking for, and constantly hoping or wanting for them to make the games that you're looking for, that they do cut and have begun to cut more deals for the Eastern market to get some more of those single player over the top combat, story driven narrative games they've kind of narrowed down into. To be able to have that, why is that a problem versus what they're putting out with first? You're supposed to be playing games. I think this was another prime opportunity. You think that people on PlayStation aren't going to play Diablo 4? Why is it a bad thing? It's just there's so much more that goes into that entire conversation, and to downplay us, I can sit here and downplay Tetris all day. I can sit here and downplay Angry Bird. I can sit here and downplay any mobile game that you can bring up. What does that accomplish? There's obviously a market for those things or they wouldn't exist. There's obviously a market for consoles or it wouldn't exist. There's obviously a market for PCs or they wouldn't exist. Why not give us more access? Again, I'm always going to go back to the point of, why is it okay for you to have different subscription services and any other thing, but when it comes to gaming, it's ruining your experience? Oh, because of games like Redfall, we can't move forward. Are you God or the game developer? Are you?
It's not about that. You know, Steel, you know it's not about that. It's pure hate. It's pure hate for the console.
It's their personal justification on their piece of whatever. But these people but there's also people that will also tell you that that's not why. It's just Xbox just has been set at a bar of mediocrity and we expect better. No, you don't. You want what you want from them. And I want PlayStation to give me more multiplayer games if you want me to consistently invest. That's what I want. But I can't be ignorant and say, oh, well, all their games are ass because of what? I would be being disingenuous. That's not the case. Xbox has this little brother syndrome that it needs to break. And quick. That is the problem. Little brother syndrome. Xbox will always be looked at less than because Xbox is an American company.
Right.
And what's crazy to me is that we would rather rally behind others rather than rallying behind ourselves. And that does lead to a deeper conversation, like Blue Moon says, elitism. Elitism's in everything.
Mm-hmm. It's rampant these days.
And if that's the type of person that you are, where you're focused on elitism, you're not part of my conversation. Us talking doesn't do anything.
Right.
I don't need to prove that I got a bigger dick than you. I don't. I got things going on in my own personal life that are way more important than arguing with you about elitism.
In video games.
In video games. Like, I thought it was bad in the cell phone market. But good God, like we're progressively making it worse in other places too. And it's been that way, and it is what it is. It's a fact of humanity. Everybody wants to feel, Nick says pause, everybody wants to feel like they're validated. Which I get, but you guys don't play with other people as it is. So why are you trying to impress people in video games?
Right.
I don't know, man. It's just weirdo behavior. People are staying on it, and they'll come from whatever angle they need to prove their point. I don't understand the justification of it and why it's needed or why it's necessary. But again, it's not for me. It's not for me to understand. And again, I'm all about having fun and having a good time and making jokes. And people are like, you can't hide. The thing that bothers me with a lot of people, especially in social media, is that people try to hide their truth behind jokes. And there's nothing more disingenuous and fucking terrible as a human being than that.
And you know what's sad?
It gets worse, but of course, but
instead, you
at
know,
a base level.
It's sad though, Steele. It's sad because there are people who genuinely do joke around, right? There are people when you are in a community that are just naturally jokey, right? They're jokers, right? And we all do it to a certain degree with
100%.
each other, right? When you know somebody. But it's sad that we've gotten to the point in this day and age where you don't know. You don't know which one it is. And you got to try to read between the lines, and you're always looking at people sideways like, did you really mean that? Or was that passive aggressive? Like, was that really a joke or wasn't it? And the bigger thing too is nowadays that people use that to manipulate and to get down on people. And then if you call them out, then they fall back on, man, what's wrong with you? I was just joking. What's wrong with you? That you got the problem. I was just totally joking. Why'd you take this so serious? Right. And then again, it's tough because we've all been in those groups of people. We've all been around people where that is the common thing, right? Where we are just joking, where it is just good natured ribbing from your buddies that you know very well.
Yeah.
But nowadays it's always like, but what did you mean by that? What did you mean by that? And then there's a lot of that, Steele. And I think you brought that up earlier. And we brought that up many times. I made posts about it, that there is certain people that you have to read into and know that they are showing you who they really are.
Yeah.
That there is, like you said, unfortunately, elitism, classism. Again, like I said before, this is all of high school. Like this Twitter, social media is all high school. It all comes back again. I don't know
who
why.
Can I fit in with?
Yeah, I don't know why we all fall back into adolescence, and I'm saying all of us in general, but again, there's plenty of us who have different perspectives. But what I'm saying is a lot of people fall back into that. And it's a natural mode for them to automatically judge and put people into groups. And we group everybody, and sure, those groups can kind of blend between each other and somebody can move from one group to another, but you still do it that way. And when somebody talks about something that you're not currently down with or that you don't agree with, it's not just an adult conversation. It's, oh, you're one of those people. Okay, we're going to put you over there. We're going to put you over there. And then from here on out, we're going to treat you like you're over there in that group that's not part of the cool kids club over there. That's, yeah.
I don't know, man. It's widow behavior to me. We're seeing it more and more. Again, I'm going to continue to speak on it just because that's how we feel. Overall, sorry to get off on a slight tangent there, but I felt like it was completely necessary to the topic and what we were talking about. That was a great fan fest though, man. From those 3 games that they seen that we showed. We're not going to the E3 breakdown. Don't know why I did that. Sorry. I'm over here pressing all kinds of buttons.
They definitely brought something to the table, so that's cool.
Yeah, I'm over here. I pressed every fucking scene that I wasn't trying to get to for whatever reason. Sorry, I thought I was in a different window, and obviously I wasn't. I went to our E3 screen. It's not even E3. But no. But yeah, so it was a good time. I think this is going to be a good drop-off point for the episode here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to episode 92, but we got to get into this day in gaming. Where we go back 30 years in the past of gaming
Make me feel
history.
old, Steel.
And the reason we do this is because gaming is art and should be treated as such, man. If you don't understand that, I don't know what better way to put it to you. Again, people spend years of their lives bringing these games to reality. It was more so true back in the day, more so than not. I was hearing Seamus Blackley and the people over on Xbox Era, I believe, talk
Special
about
Nick and,
Special Nick and them. I was listening to them talk about, because Seamus Blackley was talking about Pong and how complicated.
He's talking about me.
Yeah.
I'm complicated.
But he was talking about how the game of Pong is actually a lot more complicated than people anticipate. How it was created and all that.
Oh yeah, back then.
It was like way that it's done. It was dope. So it's really awesome to hear those types of things and see where we kind of come from. And then, you look at, you go boot up a game like, for an example, Returnal, or you go boot up a game like Wild Hearts. You're like, damn, man, we have come so far from what we used to have. And Jesse Darby says, yes, Pong, you're complicated. Hey, Jesse said it. I didn't say it. Oh, and MG, he says, still rain, don't let the losers ruffle your feathers, my guy. Oh, and they don't never do that, bro. Like, again, I've been on the internet since the early 2000s, bro, since I literally grew up with it. I know what that experience. I'm probably part of the last generation that understands what it's like to go outside for it. To be quite frank with you, you know what I mean? And of course, there's other people in the other areas that are still going to have that experience. But as far as the new generation of kids and whatnot, I get what people do, man. Social media is not new to me. How people act isn't new to me. We've been in sales and customer service and have talked to people as long as me and Pong have it. Nothing is unexpected, but it's still, because you still have hope, right? We as people still like to believe that there is something there, like there's a light there. And again, we're not perfect. I'll never sit here saying I'm perfect in the word. I'm not. But I'm not shitty either, and I know that. You know what I mean? So that's what I always hold it towards. You got to have your own morals. You got to have your own standards. You got to have things that you stand for. And like the saying goes, if you fall for everything, you'll stand for nothing. And I don't mind making a stand on things that I believe in. And I don't mind having a conversation about it either. Because, again, the whole problem with our society now is that, and this is something that I personally believe is kind of carried over from our grandparents, where it's like, now people don't want to talk. Instead, you'd rather talk behind. You can't talk to people in their face. Because I know, at least when I was coming up, fucking stay out of grown folk business. Don't worry about it. You worry about these things. You know what I'm saying? And then as a generation, that's kind of gotten progressively worse. Not even kind of. And we have also become progressively soft. Which is, again, you go through rough times, create strong people create an environment of security, and an environment of security creates weak people. And that's us as humanity. We will go through another another very telling time, which I do think that we're partially part of right now. Can't talk English, sorry, excuse me, Nick. But I don't think it will be as bad as situations may have been previously, because there are other ways to do things. And we are more so in a digital era, so people try to figure things out. But neither here or there. I feel like I'm going on a fucking whole spiel here, but I don't mean to. Again, you guys got to stop me. You got to be like, hey, Steve, You get a little sick there, man. You get a little tangent or something going on. But anyway, let's get into this day in game. So, in this day in gaming on February 18th, in 1993, on the Sega Genesis, you had Super Battleship release. Shout out to Super Battleship. I actually played that game. It was a good game. And then in 93 on the Genesis, you also had Wayne's World. Shout out to Wayne's World. That's it. Now you talking about the fact they made out a video game is, but that was like the time to do it though. Like, yeah. Again, Wayne's World especially, but either way. Then in 94, you had Joe and Mac 2, Lost in the Tropics, released on the Super Nintendo. Okay, and that sounds familiar, but then in 2000, you had Romance of the Three Kingdoms 7 released on PC. How's that? And this next game is probably one of the games that probably started me down my like major rally racing mantra. But 2003, you had Colin McRae Rally 3 released on Xbox. What a fucking great game. Great fucking. Sega Rally was dope, but I think because of my age and the point that I was at, that's when I started looking at rally racing and what the potentials of that was, and then watching it and really becoming kind of obsessed with that because it's way different than regular racing. Oh, people said if Pong is talking, I can't hear him. I don't know why.
You can't hear me?
We can hear you now, Pong.
I didn't unmute. I've been
unmuted. I don't know why it did that.
East side.
I fixed it.
Saying you can't hear me too.
I fixed it. I fixed it.
So you were doing that whole thing again where you take over the show.
No.
You didn't want me to stop you during your little side tangent.
That's not
what you
that
did.
was.
Oh, stop me. Oops, did I have you on mute so you can't say nothing? That's exactly what that was.
No, that's not what happened, Brad. That's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. No, I changed it earlier. I don't know what happened. That's kind of crazy. But we were talking about Colin McRae. Then in 2004, you had Pitfall: The Lost Expedition released on GameCube, PlayStation 2, the Xbox.
We might need Pitfall to come back if this ABK deal goes through. I'll take another Pitfall game.
It would be interesting.
Yep.
Another great game for the ages. In 2008, you had FIFA Street 3 released on the DS, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360.
Why does EA not bring back the Street series?
I don't know, bro. That's such a missed opportunity. And then they try to bring it into Madden, and they did it very half-ass.
No, bring it back the way
it was. Yes, it was perfect. I just needed you to iterate on it. Just make better versions. The game was like, it didn't take itself too seriously.
Bring back Street and bring back Blitz. For God's sake, bring back Blitz. I know the NFL is only it won't license out anymore, but find a way and bring back Blitz with all the craziness, with all the late hits. And I know that's not your image now, NFL, but my God, it was fun. My God,
fucking
it was
crazy.
such a good time.
Yeah, no, I love those games. Then in 2008, we had Final Fantasy IV, the After Years, released on mobile. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Then in 2009, you had Warhammer 40K, Dawn of War 2, PC.
Oh, great RTS. Woo, Dawn of War.
Yeah, Dawn of War was good.
Mm.
Then let's see here. Then in 2010, in Japan, you had Kladun. This is an RPG release on PSP. That's an interesting
That was
name
the
for
title?
a game. Yeah, this is an RPG. I think more games should do that so we know what RPGs are, because nobody knows anymore, I guess.
Horizon, this is an RPG. Come on. Let's go.
Horizon Forbidden West. This is an RPG.
Right.
That'd be fun. So yeah, MLB Slugfest was a dope ass. Then in 2010, you had Heavy Rain released on the PlayStation 3. Out the Heavy Rain. Then in 2010, you had Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's World Championship 2010, Reverse of Arcadia, released on the DS. I'm surprised that all that even fit on that case. After that. Then in 2012, you had the Book of Legends released on PC.
Shout out to Book of Legends.
Then in 2014, you had Earth Defense Force 2025, released on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360.
Earth Defense Force is just the junkiest of junk food, but it's so damn good. Me and the kiddo used to play those together co-op. They're so much fun, man. Ugh, just stupid fun. Plain old stupid. I love it.
Then in 2014, also, you had Strider released on PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4.
Strider back in the day was really good. Arcade Strider. A lot of quarters in that.
Then in 2015, you had Pokemon Shuffle released on the 3DS. Then in 2015, excuse me, you had Tekken 7 released.
Of course.
That was in arcades in Japan. And you think about that, 2015, how long Tekken's been out, and then now we're just now about to get a Tekken 8. It's about right.
8 years.
Yeah. But it's about right. I mean, again, and I think they've done it right. The only thing that he didn't do right with Tekken is upscale it for the consoles. Right. I don't get that. It's still a good looking game, even on PC. And it's very unfortunate that for whatever reason, it has not scaled with our current gen hardware. Because I think a lot more people would play it. But if you go boot this up on your fucking Xbox right now or PlayStation, it looks muddy and it's weird. Anyway. Then
Vlad's RuneScape was awesome.
Oh, bro, RuneScape?
Yeah.
Classic RuneScape?
Yep.
I had a brother of mine that got me into RuneScape, and bro, that's back when it was like browser based, I think. Bro. RuneScape was that thing, man. But it was a lot of fun to be had. It was so basic of a game too, but it was like Diablo, but it had RPG elements. And it was the mad dope. RuneScape was interesting. It had PvP. It was like Roblox before Roblox. Really interesting. Shout out to that. Damn. Anyway. Then in 2015, you had the Four Kings Casino and Slots released on PC.
I want more slot games, by the way, everybody. For anybody who doesn't know, I love slots game. I love slots.
Why?
Because
winning no
they're
real money.
fun. The dopamine hit. It still works. I played slots on Facebook all the damn time. When I was doing cell phones, man, and I was tech, and we were just sitting in the back waiting for phones, we didn't have slot machines going. We all try to beat each other's highs. Oh my God, it was so much fun, man. I love slots. I wish they had more slot games.
I just wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
M. Gene says, Forbidden West let me down, especially coming from John. That's unfortunate, man. Definitely.
It looks gorgeous. I would play it if I had a PS5. It'd be one of the PS5 games I'd play. I was a Horizon Zero Dawn fan.
Yeah,
Forbidden West looks gorgeous. I love the dinosaur. I love the robot.
I love that concept. I just, I don't know. Maybe it's Guerrilla. Maybe it's the storytelling elements. I mean, the gameplay isn't terrible. It's just there's just something off about that game, man. I don't know. Yeah. Doesn't have that hook that I'm looking for, at least. But I know it does work for a lot of people. Which, again, they got a second game. We'll see what happens.
Man, taking down T-Rexes. God, that was fun.
Yeah, the stuff was dope. And then in 2016, you had Attack on Titan released on PlayStation 3, 4, and PlayStation Vita. I didn't know that came out on Vita. Damn.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Vita was an amazing machine, man.
Kind of dope. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to work through it. Then in 2016, I Am Setsuna, released on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation Vita also.
You not have one single crazy title here that
no, not today.
Try to do. Oh, man.
Not today.
Like the first time in like months.
The worst one was the Yu-Gi-Oh one. Other than that,
yeah.
No, nothing crazy.
Anything crazy. Was it last week where you had like 5 of them, and that one was like stupid. That one was like a paragraph. All right.
It's been damn near every week. It seems like. Then in 2016, you also had Mario and Sonic at the Rio 2016 Olympic Games on 3DS.
Yep. Shout out to the Olympic Games.
They should do more Mario and Sonic games, and that's just an opportunity that they should jump on more. Again, you're taking two classic, iconic IPs, putting them against each other. That's going to drive numbers. It doesn't need to be Olympic Games, but I think you could do more with that.
Yeah, you guys, Uncharted Golden Abyss was amazing. And that was one of the titles that worked with PS TV. So I played it on the big screen.
Oh, damn. Nice.
With a regular old controller. It was
Damn.
fantastic.
Nice.
It was fantastic. Yes.
Then in 2020, you had Bayonetta and Vanquish released on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. I believe that was the
HD.
The HD remake for those games, remasters for those games.
Yep. I've got them. I own them. Vanquish is tough, man. Vanquish
can be tough. I had a good time with it. I was having a good time with it.
Yo, it is a great game, but man, is it tough for me. But Bayonetta, y'all know my love of Bayonetta.
Yeah, we need 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Then in 2021, you had Near Reincarnation released on Android and iOS.
Never played it.
Yeah, it was different. It wasn't. It had some of the same. It had some of that same combat, but it was a mobile game. Blue Moon, yeah, Vanquish is really good. It can be a difficult game for sure, but overall, for the overall aesthetic, that game is super dope.
And those HD remakes always go on sale at some point as well. You can usually pick them up for like $10 each or whatever it is, $9.99. It's well worth it.
Vanquish is definitely worth a playthrough.
Yep.
I think it's super dope. I like, but again, I like people in suits. I mean, I guess it doesn't really go far.
He likes men in suits. Everybody, let's go.
Man, it could be anybody. Anybody in a suit. Maybe that's why I like Bayonetta. She changes her suits up too.
Oh, she ain't wearing no suit.
That's true. It's not a mech. It's not a mech suit. There has to be a mech suit. Maybe that's why I'm so obsessed with Stellar Blade. She has a suit.
Yeah.
I like the way that
suit.
I like the way that suit was looking. She had the death face on.
Yeah.
It looked. See, that's
Stellar
what
Blade is
that look. Yeah.
They pull off the combat mechanics. That's gonna be.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be something different. I'm ready to see what they're gonna do with it. Anyway. Then in 2022, you had Dungeons of Dreadnought released on Android and iOS.
No, I didn't touch.
And then also in 2022, you had Horizon Forbidden West released on PlayStation 4, PlayStation
Happy
5.
anniversary. Welcome to PlayStation Plus Premium. Horizon Forbidden West. Congratulations.
And by the way, if you have the game on PlayStation 4, the new the DLC will not work with your PlayStation 4 version.
No, that is a current gen only DLC.
Yeah, you like the way that sounds?
Yeah, current gen only DLC.
You like that, huh?
Yeah, that's great.
They really get you rolling?
Yeah.
Does it get you excited to get invested?
But if you upgrade from PlayStation 4 to PlayStation 5 Steel, they're going to give it to you in PlayStation Plus Premium. So all I got to do is join the service. So
nice.
pay for the game.
Nice.
I wonder how long they're going to keep it in there. That's the question.
See, that'll be interesting to see as far as like that upgrade path.
Yeah.
Doing it that way. I don't know. Hopefully they do it in perpetuity so that that shows respect. Cause I mean, that would have me want to invest in the DLC more. Cause I know I would be able to get, just kind of progress, or maybe get a PlayStation 5 more in that aspect if I was looking forward for that.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's really weird. Yeah, I think it's strange. Blue Moon says I'm trying to catch up with games that people have talked about. I just started Mad Max.
Mad Max is great.
I heard a lot of great things about Mad Max. That's one that I keep looking at, and
always on sale for cheap.
I can't. I don't think I'm gonna be able to play it, guys. Like I got too many games to play.
It's so good now on an Xbox with the boost.
Yeah,
so you got the 60.
It's really good.
120 actually. I think Mad Max is 120. Yeah, it's phenomenal. It's really, and it's done by Avalanche. The IP is owned by WB, but they didn't have their Avalanche studio do it. They had the other Avalanche studio do it. The Just Cause Avalanche studio do it. It's a really strange situation. But anyways, yeah, Mad Max, underrated game. Definitely should be played.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, That was episode 92 of Living Splitscreen. I want to thank everybody who joined us live. I think we almost hit about 70 people watching live at one point. That's super dope. Seeing that we're continuously to grow, especially on a Saturday morning. Again, Living Splitscreen is a console-centric platform. We talk about everything going on within the gaming hemisphere. We take that RTS approach, pulling ourselves outside of the world, looking at the darker crevices in the map, pulling those resources together. So that we can build a foundation to talk to the 3 billion gamers that Phil always talks about and that are out there. The other thing too is we take that educated consumer perspective. We're just guys with a ton of history with customer service, sales, and just dealing with people overall, and with some business know-how also. So, that's the angle that we kind of come from. That's what we offer here right here at Living Splitscreen, along with that live, raw, and uncut opinions, energy. Hopefully that was still able to come through today, even with me being slightly sick. I felt a little off, but it's okay. Things happen. But hopefully I still sounded good for you guys. And with that being said, you can find me, Steel Rain. Steel Rain, the T is a 7, everywhere that has a search bar. Super easy to see, super easy to find. And Dragonheart Yobi says, Living Splitscreen, I hope to see your single streams again, Brody. And I may have to start doing that again, man. I don't like to, when I stream, I don't like to put the controller down, come back. Because a lot of the time, especially here recently, with me getting geared back up for school and whatnot, it's having the freedom to put the controller down and come back, take care of some things, come back, pick up the kiddos, come back, or whatever I need to take care of has been very strong for me. So I don't know, that just doesn't carry across when you're streaming, right? But I'm gonna try to start doing something at night. More so in the evening where I can really dedicate some time to it after the girls go down, maybe like 2 or 3 hours before I go to bed, because that's when I really get it in. About 9 o'clock Central Time, right after 8, 9 o'clock. So I might start doing that, and that might be pretty dope. Because I do want to give some more gameplay to you guys. I know some people enjoy that. I also tend to undersell myself a lot. Pong has said that, and I've had other people say that over the years too. Again, from the aspect of gaming that I come from at a competitive level, I'll never say that I've been the greatest player in the world or any of those great things. There's always going to be somebody better than you. But that's one of my passions that I have in gaming, is that because I get so enveloped in the worlds, I want to truly appreciate developers' art for what it is, in every breath. So when I speak to games in a certain way, or I certain things that I look for in games, and when those things really speak to me, that's why I get really involved, and I spend this time. And while I'll play other games versus some others, it just happens, man. But again, it all comes with knowing what you are, and knowing what you like, and knowing what you stand for, and also being open to new experiences, man. Which has been more available to me than ever before. But nonetheless, yes, sir. Where can the people find you? And again, thank you for doing a wonderful show with me this Saturday morning.
Oh, thank you for getting everything ready behind the scenes, even though you're sick this week, man. I didn't even know you were sick, and you just show up, do your thing. So I appreciate you, brother, for everything. As always, man, this was a great show. Another great 4-hour show. Of course, we had a little help from the IGN Fanfest, which was awesome to watch with y'all. And I'm going to go back and watch those trailers in 4K. I got to see that stuff in 4K, but it's looking fantastic. Listen, everybody, chat, you're all amazing. Love you all. Thank you all for being here. Great conversations in here. Once again, new people showing up. Again, this is what we want. Slow growth, consistent growth with our one show a week. This is what we do here. Appreciate every single one of you for joining us and helping us with that growth as well. It's been a fun ride. And we're hoping to continue this ride for a long, long time when Steel and I are both gray, because Steel is now old as well. So, you know what? We're going to get there. We're going to get there. Yeah, no, I got more and more coming in. Anyways, Pong Soul on Xbox, Pong Soul on Twitter. You guys know the drill. Tonight, it's the Shop Podcast. You got to follow this show up with the Shop tonight. Be there, 8 p.m. Yeah, we do. 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. PTK Blam, of course, is the host, the man. Fuzzy Belvedere, brother from another. He's everywhere as well now because he's retired. And myself. And tonight, we got the one and only Kay Asante coming back in to the Shop Podcast as he does quite frequently. So we're going to have a great conversation with Kay Asante tonight. So be there again, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. PTK Blam is the channel. Be there. Shop Podcast is the name. Of course, next week, you got to be every Tuesday afternoon, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time, over on Xbox Factor Podcast, Double Barrel Gaming. That's the channel. But you all know it's Mr. Boomstick as the man, and he popped in here earlier. Shout out to Boom. Listen, you got to be there. It's all good things green every Tuesday, no matter who's on panel. Boom calls in, puts up the bat signal. Steel's been on there more than I have recently. Skullsy's become a regular over on the Xbox Factor. If you don't know who Skullsy is, dude's got a lot of great takes about Bethesda and everything going down. He's been covering Bethesda for a very long time. And he is also a developer now as well. But everybody there is fantastic. So show up there every Tuesday. Thursday nights, it's PM in the PM. Over on Fun Speculations channel, Pong and Mav in the PM. Two-man show, but we do have guests from time to time. Mav and I, on Thursday, we pulled the Living Splitscreen. We went for 4 hours. We didn't know what we were going to talk about, and Mav and I roll up in there just like Steele and I do every Saturday. Mav and I roll in there Thursday night, and we just somehow talked for 4 hours together, catching up with everybody, catching up with each other, talking gaming. It's a great time over there on PM to PM. That's 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time every Thursday night. Pong and Mav in the PM. Be there. And then Xbox Ultimate Friday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Got to show up there because we have a lot of laughs. That's the part about Xbox Ultimate. We don't know who's going to be on panel, what guests we're going to have, but it's always a fun time. We talk gaming, but we also laugh a lot. So be there every Friday night for Xbox Ultimate. I'll be right back here next Saturday morning, with one of my favorite people in the whole entire world, Mr. Steel Rain himself, doing this show right here with all of you. Because we love you all. Nothing but respect. Again, golden age of gaming is here, folks. I can't explain it anymore. 2023 has already been better than even I expected 2023 is. If the rest of this year plays out and we're getting this quality of games, Hogwarts.
Yo.
Listen. What?
Yo, shout out to,
What?
Just because I'm gonna mention this, just because these are guys that motivated me to get into the podcast space. Yeah. One, but two, they're also going to be talking to somebody who was extremely influential to my early competitive, like the Xbox 360 era of gaming.
Yeah.
The Iron Lords are going to be talking to Cliff Blazinski tomorrow.
Oh, really? Cliffy's coming on, huh?
Yeah, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah. So everybody, I'm pretty sure if you don't know about the Iron Lords, please check out the Iron Lords. Again, Cliffy B, yeah, he's definitely a character to on himself. I'm not saying he's the greatest guy ever, but he has created he did create an IP that does mean the world to me.
Yeah.
And
talk about burning bridges.
He fucking burnt the bridge. That he didn't need to. But
Cliffy is history. He's part of history of games.
And then to know that he also worked on the fucking Rabbit game that I was obsessed with as a kid too. What was the fucking name of that game?
That's you're talking about Jumping Jack Flash.
Jumping Flash.
Yeah.
I believe it's Jumping Flash.
Jumping Jack Flash is
bro
with Whoopi Goldberg. Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, sorry, that's just a slight thing right there. It's just I do respect Cliffy B and everything that he does. And again, it's another. Hopefully, this will be another insight. It's just dope when people are able to talk to developers, anybody, because especially when they ask the right questions.
Yeah, Jumping Flash.
And I feel like, I feel like the Iron Lords will.
Oh,
so you get it kind of to see a little bit of that peek behind the curtain. And because Cliffy is kind of eccentric in some ways, I'm pretty sure he won't mind talking about certain aspects. And he is very opinionated on a lot of things. So it's like, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of information they get to pull out of him tomorrow.
Jazz Jackrabbit, that was his game, wasn't it?
Jazz Jackrabbit. I thought he worked on Jumping Flash also.
I thought it was Jumping Flash, but I could be wrong. Anyways, look that up. But yeah, definitely show up for Iron Lords then. Depending on where I'm at shopping wise, I'll probably be listening into the Iron Lords. I'm lurking all the time on Sundays. So that sounds great though. Cliffy B definitely has big opinions. Whether you like him or don't, he's always interesting, and he's got an interesting perspective as somebody who did shape the game industry at one point during the 360 era for sure, with Gears of War as a major part of that creation.
Okay,
So
no. Hey, it wasn't Jumping Flash. Jazz Jackrabbit is the one that I was
Jazz Jackrabbit. Okay, all right, cool. Jazz
Jumping Flash
Jackrabbit
was made by somebody.
Yeah, those two all, because Jumping Flash is a rabbit game too that I played on PlayStation.
That's what
Anyways, that's going to be dope. Thanks for bringing that up, Steel. That's good for everybody to know tomorrow, of course. Again, tune in the Iron Lords tomorrow. Cliffy B, that's going to be a great conversation. Golden Age is here, folks. This could go down, will go down in history as one of the, if not the greatest year in gaming history, if everything hits as it has already started. So get out there this weekend. Enjoy your weekend. Play what you love. Love what you play, no matter where that is, no matter what it is. Have a good one, folks. And I'm going to talk to you all real soon tonight. Talk to you soon.
Much love, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for stopping by. Audio listeners, thank you for tuning in. Guys, enjoy that portion too. And with that being said, much love and stay safe out there.